Yeah. All right. Okay. Something new for today. Massive value in every way, as I would say, as I would tell you. Just checking the go live page to make sure I'm good. Because I should make sure that I'm good before I start. So, looking right. All right. A little tired today. Stayed up all night working pretty much. Didn't get much sleep, but it was too nice of a day to sleep during the daytime. So, still feeling good, still feeling right. So, everything I do, I got to do it to my best and pass every test and win every quest. So, what I'm going to start with today is how I usually do it about this time. I'm going to do the preview of what I made yesterday. This one's called Trade Truth Journal. So, essentially, it's a journal for investors or traders. And, you basically like give it information like you would give it with a regular trade journal, which is like, when did you buy, when did you sell, what was the price. But this one goes deeper. This one's all about checking out the mindset. This one's all about trading psychology. This one's got an LLM built in so that it can not just give you information about a current trade, but it can give you information over time. So the way I got it set up is that after 10 trades, that should be enough for it to start picking up on some of your tendencies, start to like realize patterns with your psychology, and give you like personalized coaching and insights. So yeah, I learned a lot of new things with this build. I did some pretty cool changes to my Claude MD file and created a Codex MD file so that these two, I guess you would call them labs, or no, Anthropic is the lab, Codex is the tool. Anyways, basically Codex and Claude are working together much better. So also with this one, what I did that was new was I hooked up an account system. So basically, when people use this app, they will have an account system, and that is super important for this app because it's got to remember you over time to do like 10 trades to give you an insight. So basically, what I did yesterday on the stream was I made a trade yesterday, basically right before I started the stream. I put in all the information for where I entered the trade, and then you can see like my reasoning. I put that down and my goal. So this was a Bitcoin trade. Um, got the entry price, the position size, and I ended up closing it today. So I'm gonna like do the close trade part, and I've got the information right here on my phone. Essentially, I made like, I don't know, like $50 or $60 on this trade. And I had some other altcoin trades open too. I made about the same on those. But yeah, let's see how this works because I did not have my closed trade information. And I'm gonna go to Bitcoin to see what price I closed at. And it was a couple hours ago. Looks like it's at about the same price it is right now, but just a little bit lower. And this one, like, yeah, I might have sold too early, but I think over time that, like, if I didn't have this journal, I would have just forgot about it because I'm mostly focused on where I'm buying at. So this journal is gonna help a lot, I feel like. Okay, so I sold at this candle, and 68652. All right, cool. All right. Why did I close? This was a manual close because the thesis changed. Basically, yeah, that's the best way to put it. I did not yet hit my take profit. Like I did have a price for take profit, but the structure started to change a little bit early than I thought. So I'm going to go with manual close. How am I feeling now? Feeling pretty good, just a little bit tired, but see, I'd say energy levels probably like between a 3 and a 4. So I'll go with 3. How confident did I feel about this exit? Yeah, probably a 3. And when I got in, it was either like, it was in between more like a 4 and a 5. I felt like for where it's at, it could easily crash back down to where I bought it at and lose all my gains. And that seemed the way the structure is looking more likely than for it to keep going up. But yeah, it's trying to go up, but it keeps getting pushed right back down. So I'm like, okay. But either way, like a winning trade is a winning trade. I got my money from it, got in, got out in like less than 24 hours. And there's always going to be another trade. So let's see. Close the trade. And respect everybody in the comments. Good evening. Yeah, another long night, but you know, got a little bit of sleep. I guess I said I didn't get any sleep, but I probably like dozed off for a couple hours, and it was just way too nice of a day to sleep during the day. But you know, everything's okay, everything's good, doing what I should, doing what I feel like. So at the end of the day, that's the best thing I gotta say. So yeah, good morning. Not feeling like morning to me. It's like evening where I'm at, but yeah, who knows where you are in the world. So if that's morning to you, then respect, big up yourself every time, and doing pretty good. All right, so I got an error message. Failed to close the trade. And I was getting an error message when I opened the trade. So essentially with this build, I did something different with the password and creating an account. And basically I had to like learn a new site, and there was a problem because like it didn't already have a table that had the different columns that it basically saves the information to on this site. So I had to like figure out what was wrong with that, and I did that on the stream. Figured out that the table wasn't updated. I had to like learn how to like update the table on the site. So it should be logging the information in, but I think why not just try to fix this one time real quick on stream. Oh, it says trade is already closed. So maybe that last time I clicked it and it worked, and it's just not taking me away from. Yeah, I want to know what's going on. So I'm gonna go back in this folder, and let's see, where is it? The trade truth journal. I'm gonna go into the plan mode. I think that's what it is right now. All right. So I just closed a trade for the first time in the trade truth journal, and I got an error message that says the trade is already closed, but I'm still on the closed trade screen. So like I'm thinking like, you know, what is supposed to happen after this? Isn't it supposed to take me to another screen after the trade is closed and give me some kind of information? This is only my first trade that I've made on here, and there were some bugs when I was trying to basically open the trade because there were not the correct tables and columns listed in the site that holds all of the information for the users. But I'm not sure what's going on right now. Let me know what you think. Why is it not working? Oh, because I clicked again. Okay, so I just finished a trade in Trade Truth Journal, and I clicked the button to close the trade, and it's telling me an error message that the trade is already closed, but I'm still on the same screen. And I thought I set this up so after I close a trade, it takes me to another screen where it gives me an analysis of the trade. This is only my first trade, so this is the first time I've closed one and seen this error message. Let me know what you think is going on and how to fix it. All right, gave a task, start the day. So yeah, usually I just show what the app is from the day before, but this one had more to explore, so I'm going into it now. It's exploring the trade closing flow, and you already know that I'm going to figure it out like I always do. So another thing that's cool that I'm trying to bring to you is I found out that I got some free free, like a free week with Claude Code, and I've got one left. Give thanks to the people that let me know that this is a thing I didn't know. So I already gave out the two I had to helpful people in the comments, and I think what I'm gonna do is or not think, but what I'm gonna do is if you join the Discord and basically um share like something you're working on, a project you built or that you're working on, and then next Monday I will just basically whatever project I think is the coolest, I will give that person a free week of Claude Code. So all right, so we got this going on, and basically what I'm gonna do today is build another app after I hopefully get this one fixed really quick. If not, it's not a big deal, and I can just figure it out later because I want to get into the new build. And with this new build, I am just basically like, I'm trying to implement something new every day with the build. Today, what I'm gonna do is like I've been like pretty lazy on the pushing to GitHub, and from what I understand, a professional workflow they're pushing to GitHub and Vercel. Like I didn't even hook up Vercel till the very end. They're pushing like pretty much before the project, and then like every major, not even major, but kind of every time a feature is built. So like every step of the project is pushed, and I guess there's a way to like automatically have it do it with just giving it some rules in the Claude MD file. But I want to take it a step further, so I'm just gonna manually do it today. And what I'm gonna do is I think tomorrow I'm gonna try to set up like a flow to make my flow better to where like after each step it automatically pushes to GitHub, and then Codex will automatically, instead of getting a prompt how I'm doing it right now from Claude, Codex will just automatically look at GitHub, and then Codex will do an audit based on the push, and then Codex will send me the prompt, and then I'll just give it to Claude. So, that's not much more efficient than what I'm already doing. It maybe takes like one quick manual step away. It maybe saves me like, I don't know, like 30 seconds per step. But still, that's 30 seconds. And like yesterday, I probably saved myself like a minute per step. So, I mean, that all adds up. I implement like one new change every day. And next thing you know, my flow is better than okay. So the way I've got it right now, like, it seemed kind of slow to me, but as far as professionals go, that's the way it's supposed to be. And when I was looking that up, I was kind of stuck. Like, how does this make any sense? Feels like I'm going backwards. Seems like, I was doing the whole build all at one time and it was so quick and easy, but yeah, I was running into so many more bugs. Doing the audit at the end of the whole thing wasn't that effective. So yeah, basically it's just a new flow. Like I was like researching it more, and yeah, I was right. It just, it seems like it's taking a little longer right now, but as I perfect it, this is like this is pretty much like how a professional would do it, and that's what I'm trying to do from the start. And then that way in the future, I've got all this down now, so when I'm building better things, then I can implement them with less bugs. And let's see, build passes cleanly, the fix is applied. The hindsight check insert in trades TS, that must be like where the information is stored, is now wrapped in a try catch so it won't throw if it fails. The trade closure, the critical operation will succeed and return updated trade, allowing the form to navigate you to the analysis page as expected. You should also check your Superbase dashboards to see why the hindsight checks insert is failing. Okay, so something going on with the Superbase dashboard again. Man. Yeah, that's just like a brand new thing that it was like really annoying, but I figured it out. Like it was like kind of starting from scratch to understand like something new. But I know that in the future, when I get better things, I'm probably going to implement it into everything I do. which is basically like, having user data that it saves. Yeah, and like what you call it, Claude, it can't fix that because Claude cannot go into Supabase. That's the name of it. So yeah, that's maybe even something to look into, is maybe there's some tool that can kind of connect Claude with Supabase so that I could run this prompt on Claude and it's like, oh, we found what Supabase is missing, and then that in between tool can go and fix it. Maybe something like that already exists and I don't even know. So that's a separate issue to fix. Okay, so let's see. I'm gonna go back to the yeah, awesome. Trade is already closed, but it doesn't take me to the window. Okay. Alright, I'll try this one last time because I'm not going back into Supabase right now. That could take a long time. That took way longer than I thought yesterday. But let me see. Yeah, I'll just try this one more prompt right here. Alright, so I just checked again and the same thing happened. It says the trade is already closed, and then it's keeping me on the same window. Essentially, I'm not going to go on to Supabase right now. I will do that later. So it sounds like the problem must be in Supabase. If there's anything else you can think of to try and fix it, I guess give it one last try. But yeah, I think let me know if you can be more specific of what the issue is on Supabase and how I could fix it if you can't find it on your end. All right, out of sight. Drinking water every day, every night. Yeah, I was looking up like anti-gravity too. Um, Essentially, I found a way that I'd probably add anti-gravity into the workflow. So I heard Gemini was better for UI. Anti-gravity is kind of like part of Gemini, from what I understand. So that's like kind of two things I can get at the same time. Like if I get Gemini, I can use Gemini for the UI, and I can use anti-gravity, I guess, for like a testing. Because I was looking at my flow, and there's one feature of anti-gravity that seemed to make the most sense. But yeah, I'm just bringing it up right now because I'm wondering if anybody on the stream knows more than me. Essentially, what it's saying is like with anti-gravity, it can do live tests that like the other programs can't do. So like when I finish something, like anti-gravity will like have a video and it will like record going onto the site and clicking all different buttons and like testing different things. And then it can come back and tell me that what's going on. But yeah, just something I gotta look into more that I could add to always have the continual improvement. Okay, the build passes. Here's what Claude changed. It made two fixes. If the trade is already closed, the user's goal is achieved. Just return successfully, so navigation proceeds to the analysis page. All right, cool. So yeah, I should be showing the code too when I'm on that. But anyways, right back here, click close the trade. All right, analysis failed. Please try again. Another error. But it's cool because I never got this far last night because I didn't have the trade closed. So might as well try the next step. All right, so now it's working. When I hit close trade, it's taking me to a new screen, but I got a new error message and it says analysis failed. Please try again. Oh, that's right. I can't click off while it's dictating in the Windows dictation tool. Okay, so now it's working to where I click close trade and it's taking me to a new screen, but it says analysis failed. Please try again. So I'm getting another error message, just different this time. Yeah, and this is the main thing I'm learning is like when it comes to like bugs and things being wrong, like even if I did get like that's see the main kind of like has me wondering about anti-gravity, because like even if that did like go through and like record and click everything, Like, I'm just wondering, is it still gonna like catch stuff like a human catches it? Maybe in certain ways it catches stuff better, but I'm thinking in a lot of ways, like, you need that human to look over it to really like catch the main things like I'm doing now. And there's so many things that I'm not gonna catch with projects. Like even if I run the audits and everything, I still have to like use the product multiple times. If not like, if it's like mass adopted and a ton of people are using it, I'm sure like after like 1,000 uses there will still be some random thing that could come up. But either way, I'm like learning pretty quick. You just gotta like use the stuff to really understand it better. So yeah, hopefully it fixes this because I would like to see an analysis for that trade I made yesterday, and then in 9 more trades it can pick up my kind of patterns and stuff. But yeah, part of me feels like because I was tired, I got out of that trade early. Part of me feels like um if I had got a full night's sleep, I might have not like, but I don't know. I mean, that's trading. Like I won, I took profit at a good spot. So yeah, the only way I should be like disappointed really is if I lost money, and I'm winning more consistently than losing. That's the main thing. Basically I got into trading from like gambling. Like I played a lot of poker and essentially a lot of sports betting. And essentially I learned from there like you never want to like gamble more than like 1 or 2% of like your total stack, like the total amount in your account. And I realized a lot of the same lessons applied to trading and investing, and a lot of people that I met who were traders were also like previous gamblers, and they were like, "Yeah, dude, I used to gamble too." And once I found out about trading, it was like this makes way more sense, way less risk, way more reward, uh, much funner in most ways too. Takes way less time. So yeah, really like this, and that gives me more ideas to kind of like gamify the trading process. Maybe make it even somewhat like some kind of like casino, but it's like for like investing. So it teaches people like like they're investing, but they're at like a casino. And yeah, I just got to do more research on that, like see what's going on with that. And part of that's inspired by that. I think it's called Polygon or Polymarket. It's basically like Polymarket is basically like options for gambling. Like there's sports betting on there. You can bet on like politics stuff. You can bet on pretty much anything. And the way they legally did it, I want to look more into this. The way they legally did it was they set it up so it's not actually gambling and it's not regulated like gambling, but it's like options trading and it's regulated like investing. So it's crazy demand for it right now. I'm like number like 800,000 on the waiting list. So it sounds like I'm going to have to wait at least a few months. But yeah, I'm looking at what it does. And I also noticed like after it got really popular on the Coinbase website, they have like a minimized version of it that you can use like already. Like anyone who has Coinbase can use that. But I checked the odds and like I was looking at like NBA championships odds and they were like twice as good on Polymarket as they were on Coinbase. But yeah, I see in the comments somebody's talking about on the same. I'm guessing you mean that you like started by gambling and that's kind of how you got into trading and investing. Okay, so let's see. Looks like it's like Claude found something. You can see the full picture, the RLS policies and the migration. I'm gonna switch it over to the code so you guys can see what I'm looking at. The RLS policies and the migration look correct for both the trade analysis and hindsight checks. The analysis failure is most likely the Gemini API call, not Supabase. Interesting. Sends the data to Gemini for AI analysis, then saves the results. So basically it's saying I should check my API key. And then maybe Supabase RLS policies. I think that's more likely because I know I double checked all the API stuff. They think the Gemini API is most certainly the issue. So I'll just check out that real quick. But I really doubt it. Gemini API key. Looks good to me, but I just gotta check it out on the Gemini site. Oh, I already had it open. Awesome. Okay, okay, I'm gonna open it up on this other document just to compare it. Yeah, the API key is right. And unless I put it in wrong in Vercel, I can check that real quick too. Because that would make sense, like, you know, that's why they're thinking that it's the most likely thing, but they don't know that I had that problem so many times. I'm like super careful to check all my API keys. And I'm just gonna double check that because that would be an easy fix, but if it's not, then I'm not gonna deal with the let's see, with the Supabase right now. Okay, I'm just not sure where the API keys are in Vercel. The integrations, yeah. Okay, I'm not gonna worry about this right now. I can go back and fix this one later. I'll just take a note to do this fix really quick later. All right, yeah, I want to get to the next thing. Get on to the next build. I mean, this one's like it's basically built just a problem with the analysis, but for the most part, like it still works. That it's like saving the information. Let me just try some of the different tabs up on the top real quick. Okay, so we got like pattern analysis locked. So it looks like, yeah, definitely saved the information from that first trade. Got insights. Oh, that is insights. History. I guess it'll like link up all my trades like that, and then I can probably click it and it'll tell me more information. That's awesome. Like everything's saved here. That's cool. Dashboard. New trade. Okay, new trade is there. What about dashboard? Okay, now the dashboard is updated with this last trade. Awesome. Some data could not be loaded. Yeah, this one's like definitely more detailed and more features than anything I ever built. So it makes sense that I ran into more problems with it, but I think for the most part I did pretty good. Um just that one issue I gotta fix later. I'll figure it out. Maybe even like after this build. But yeah, for right now, I have a good idea of what I want to build, so I'm gonna get started with it. And let's see. I want to yeah, Gemini. I want to build a tool that is like a gamified or a game version of understanding candlesticks. Like what I'm thinking is to have 3 levels. Like the first level is like, just looking at one single candlestick and then basically saying whether, what it means. Like, is it buy, sell, or wait? And then like the next level would be looking at like maybe 2 to 3 candlestick pattern, and then the third level could be looking at like a 3 or more candlestick pattern. So really what I want to do is like have something where um like if let's say there's like 10 questions on each level, and then you have to get at least 7 of them right to get to the next level, and then the same thing, you have to get 7 of them right to unlock the last level, and then once you finish it all, then you can get like an analysis, basically letting you know your strengths and weaknesses in regards to understanding candlesticks, and how you can get better, and what kind of trading essentially would be best for you at whatever stage you're at. So I guess let me know what you think about this idea, and let me know of any other cool features you think might help it to add to it. Share the code. Yeah, you already know. It looks like you're coming from YouTube, so I've got the link that I'm sharing all the code. Everything's public until I monetize it. These are all MVPs that I'm making, so they're not copper set, they're not professional yet, but when I do, then I'm going to make the code private and monetize it. But for right now, the audience is free to see whatever I'm building, whatever I'm making. So yeah, I've got the links to all the different tools, like the live versions to use them, in the description on YouTube. And then I'm going to, I already have the, essentially my GitHub, so you can check that out. And then the Discord, the link in there. So if you have anything cool that you want to share with the group on Discord for this channel, I would recommend going on there. And there's a lot of other cool stuff on there you can check out that people are posting. And also I've got one extra free week of Claude Code that I'm gonna basically give to whoever I think has the coolest project that they post up between now and next Monday. So for the next week, go and post up any project that you have, and yeah, I'll just pick the coolest one, the one that looks the coolest to me, and I'll give that person the last free um, Claude Code link that I have. Okay, so basically this candle game. So I already got like a app that basically like teaches candles, but this one's gonna be kind of more like applying. So it'd be like you'd want to use the app first that teaches about like different candle stuff, and then this one would be like, check to see how good your knowledge actually is. So the recommendation is to do yeah, like what I was saying. They just said that's pretty much right. Like level 1, single candles, level 2, 2 to 3 candle sets, level 3, 3 or more candle trends. And like here's the better part. Like I wasn't like looking at it this deep. So like for level 1, the skill should be sentiment sensing, identifying who is in control, the bulls versus the bears. Um and probably have a better way to explain that to more beginner minded people. For level 2, momentum is shifting, spotting when the control shift happens. That's a good thing to like focus on to recognize. And the sequence, identifying high probability reversals or continuations. Okay, so yeah, that makes it even better. Can do a pressure timer, add a countdown. Real trading is about fast decisions. If they take too long, they lose points for analysis paralysis. That's a good idea. Volume confirmation toggle. Oh, I thought they meant like audio volume. No, okay. This is volume like for like a technical indicator. Volume is basically like how much money's going into a stock or crypto or whatever, gold, silver, could be anything. Give them extra points if they correctly identify a pattern only when the volume supports. Okay, so add the volume in. Yeah, that's cool to combine the two. Um so yeah, I should combine volume and candlesticks. Um and that should maybe, yeah, I think that should be like a 4th level. That would make way more sense. Okay. Yep. After the final level, give them a trader persona. Market vibe context. Instead of a blank background, show a tiny trend line behind the candle. Because there needs to be more context. That makes sense. I'm not sure how I would do that, but I'll see how it comes up, and then I can just do the like vibe code to make it look better at the end. The end, instead of just a score, show them a heat map of their brain. They're only 90% accurate at spotting bearish reversals, but only 40% at spotting bullish ones. So then, like, they would struggle with indecision candles. All right. So pretty much, I like everything that it has right there. I'm going to copy and paste this and put it on a document that I can reference on the side. I feel like the vision is pretty much there on this one. All right, we got that. Now I want to do some perplexity research, because perplexity is getting a more accurate look at the internet, a more recent look. So better, like the way I understand it, perplexity is more of like a search tool than the other LLMs. So yeah, what's up everybody in the comments? Good to see you here. I'm doing pretty good. A little bit tired. Definitely still feeling locked in though. Super nice day. Got outside, got some fresh air, got some movement. Now I'm back at it. And yeah, I'm definitely all day like thinking about vibe coding. Like it's definitely addicted to vibe coding right now, and I'm super like hyped up to always like get better every day at it and see what's possible. So yeah, good to have you here. Working on the next project. Let's see, what do I have up on the screen? Yeah, I still got the yesterday's project that I went over at the beginning, and that's what I got up now. So Once I'm done doing the research, I'm gonna put the main things up on the board behind me so I can reference them easy throughout the build. And yeah, glad to hear you're doing good. Sounds like it was a nice day where you're at too. That's awesome. Yeah, mindset's key. I'll make sure to drop some more gems and knowledge about the abundance mindset. You know, always more abundance, more life, more health, more strength, and yeah, giving thanks for all of that. So here we go with perplexity. I'm going to use dictation on perplexity. What I want to do is create an app that is like a game, and it's basically about for investors for understanding candlesticks when it comes to candlestick charts. So it'll be like the first level of the game will be looking at like a single candlestick and indicating whether it's like you know how it plays into a trend. Level 2 would be looking at like 2 to 3 candlesticks, and level 3 would be looking at 3 or more candlesticks. And then I'm thinking about doing like level 4 where there's candlesticks and volume. But essentially, I want to know a few things. I want you to do some market research. I want you to tell me if something like this already exists. If it does, tell me, you know, what are the main features of it? What do you see based off the little bit I told you that could be different? And what do you think is the main gap that the other tools or tools that possibly exist don't have? Also, I want you to do market research into um, what people's pain points are in regards to understanding candlesticks. Submit. So there are already a few educational candlestick apps and games, but there is still a clear gap around the trend context and decision making that my level based game idea can fill, especially when I incorporate volume and multi candle trend logic, not just static pattern flashcards. Okay, that's good to know. Most existing products fall into 3 buckets: reference, pattern, library apps. These cover many patterns with definitions and static examples, sometimes simple quizzes. So, for example, there's candlestick charting, can do detection of 70 plus patterns, scan markets, and integrates indicators to show signals, but is focused on screening and trading tools rather than teaching how to think through a chart step by step. Okay, so it sounds like it's more for like advanced people. Um, so one of them, candlestick pattern and analysis, is essentially a pattern encyclopedia with visual charts and explanations plus an audio option for learning. There's a lesson plus quiz learning apps. These teach through lessons, then test recognition with multiple choice flashcards. So Candlestick 101 offers interactive lessons, pattern recognition practice, quizzes, flashcards, progress tracking, primarily aimed at beginners understanding basic patterns. Okay, so this is more like I think what my main competition is. And it's like quizzes, flashcards, progress tracking. Okay. And then the trading simulators like mini games. It's like basically like paper trading, simplified trading environments where you decide to buy or sell based on candlesticks. Um, so it's like looking at real charts from the past and then like giving people an option to buy or sell kind of, and then they make their choice. It speeds up and shows what happened afterwards. That makes sense. But I want to do something that these are not doing, so just have to make it more beginner. Candlestick Buddy open source project with basic, intermediate, and advanced modes to learn and test candlestick pattern recognition in a small game like environment. Overall, these tools emphasize pattern names, static recognition, and sometimes scanning or generic buy sell decision training, but less often of the deeper logic. Where are we in the trend, and what does this candle mean here? That's exactly where I didn't even have to Yeah, that's exactly the main thing I wanted my tool to do. So that's really awesome. I don't really have to change much to make it fill that gap that's missing in the market. So how the idea is different, what I have, um, leveling around context, not just pattern names. Like level one, single candlestick, but explicitly where are we in the trend? What does the candle suggest here? Okay, so this is going to be like the main part that I think I need to copy and paste from my vision that I know when I'm telling Claude, Bumble Claude to tell it my vision so that I can build the plan. All right, level two, 2 to 3 candlesticks, focusing on how combinations confirm, negate each other. Okay, level three, 3 or more candles, a small sequence that tells a story about momentum, exhaustion, or continuation. Level four, same as above, but with volume. Existing apps mostly quizzed. Like, what is this pattern called? Or is this bullish or bearish? My game can ask, given the prior trend in these candles, what is the most likely next move? Or is this a good place to enter, exit, or do nothing? That's what I was thinking, which aligns more with how real traders think. Yup. Yup. Progression by skill, not just by content quantity. Other tools scale by adding more patterns or time frames. Can scale by cognitive complexity from reading one candle in isolation to the sequence to integrating volume, maybe later adding risk reward, stop placement in a higher time frame context. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna put out with the first 4 levels, and if people like using it, then I can add that other stuff later. If you execute those levels well, your app becomes a pattern and context trainer rather than another pattern list or flashcard app. Okay. Main gaps in existing tools. Trend and market structure is weak. Many apps show patterns on clean, isolated examples and simply label them bullish or bearish. They rarely force the user to ask, is this a hammer after a strong downtrend at support or in the middle of a choppy range? Your level design can be built specifically around that. Volume integration is minimal. A lot of education around volume is separate from candlestick pattern teaching or limited to generic notes like high volume confirms the move. The level 4 candles and volume directly trains reading the strength behind the candles. And that's what I want to do. Decision making and risk management are undertaught. Yes, that's what I want to do with the AI part. Some simulators ask buy or not, but often without structured feedback. Why is that a bad or good decision? Mindset. Mindset's major. Brain power is the main power. You can give a granular feedback after each level. You choose to go long. Here's what you missed in the prior 3 candles. This was a valid pattern but extended in the trend. Probability is lower. Deliberate practice is underdeveloped. Even game-like apps often feel like quizzes and don't adapt to weak areas. That's what I want to do is like make people more aware of like where they are weak and where they're strong. You could add spaced repetition and adaptive levels if a user repeatedly misreads like the shooting star versus the hammer in different trend contexts. The game surfaces more of those. So, key user pain points around candlesticks from a market research perspective, common pain points for people learning. Candlesticks include overwhelm from too many patterns. New traders quickly see that there's like 50 to 70 different patterns and feel like they need to memorize all of them. The game can focus on small, high impact subsets early on, then introduce new ones as unlockable. That's exactly like a really good strategy. Translating theory into live charts. People understand textbook examples but freeze when the charts are messy. Overlapping candles, mixed signals, gaps, news spikes. A simulator environment or a level system that uses imperfect charts and asks for decisions help bridge that gap better than clean textbooks. I believe that to be true. Confusion about reliability and probabilities. Learners often believe each pattern always works, then get discouraged when they fail in real markets. Most apps don't emphasize that candles are probabilistic signals, and I already have my Claude MD set up for all these apps that it makes sure it's explaining that all this stuff is like explained in likelihood and probabilistic terms and not like definite terms. Ignoring broader tools like volume, support and resistance, higher time frames. Yeah, I can see I'm seeing a lot more potential to add more levels to this now. But I'll just start with the 4. Seeing how much time I have, I might add more. And boring or passive learning. Bet a lot of the flashcard ones are just really boring. Long videos or static PDFs lose attention. People want interactive, bite-sized practice. Suggestions to make it better. Structure clear game models. Identify the bias. Predict the next candle zone. Trade or pass. Baking coaching feedback. Have like what a more experienced trader would note. Focus on beginner to intermediate traders. Exactly what I'm doing. Beginners want vocabulary and simple wins. Intermediates want context and when not to trade. Okay. So yeah, this should basically take people from beginner to intermediate, essentially. And then if I do more levels, it could take them to intermediate to pro. If I'd like, we can sketch a simple feature roadmap. That is not necessary right now. Main thing I want to do first is take down the major pain points, overwhelm, and ignoring broader tools, meaning like understanding how candlesticks work with other tools, I guess. All right. All right, cool. So just got to do the name. I'm gonna copy and paste some of the information from here so it can help me when I'm ready to explain plan mode, what I'm trying to build. All right, now I'm gonna do the name real quick. Help me find a name for this candlestick understanding game. Essentially, I want something that's catchy, and I want something to where if even a beginner investor looks at the name, they will have an understanding of what the app does. Start with 20 different suggestions. And as always, I'm setting this up like the way I would. This is like the same process as I would set up any business. So I'm new to vibe coding, but I'm not new to like business and entrepreneurship. I've been doing that for about like 10 to 15 years. And I have the process down pretty well. So even though it's like a learning process with the vibe coding part, and I'm getting better quick. I feel like this, like setting up and like getting the business aspect of it is like I don't even have to think about it. It's already like ingrained in my brain. So yeah, that's like the business aspect is already there. And essentially I'm gonna say the names that make the most sense. Candle Quest, Candle Crush. I've already got Candle Coach for my like candle teaching tool that's not a game. The Candle Lab, Candler. Yeah, Candle Quest sounds like the best. Yeah, I'm gonna use Candle Quest. I'm going to go with Candle Quest. Now give me 10 suggestions for a subtitle that would give more information as to what the app does. Candle Quest sounds like the best. Right. Master the markets one pattern at a time. Decode price action through 30 levels of play. Turn chart patterns into trading profits. Predict the next move before it happens. The ultimate candlestick training game. That one's the best so far for just being clear about what it is. So this is a major thing for you know, if you're trying to do any of this like a business, if you're trying to monetize anything you're making, essentially I see this all the time. I feel like this is one of the like biggest mistakes that beginners as far as like business goes is when they make a name for something, when they set up their website, everything should be like within 3 seconds from when a person reads the name, they have a really good idea of like what it does. And it should be, the more catchy it is, like think of like Coca-Cola, like it just like stays in your brain, right? So like Candle Quest, you know, it kind of rhymes, kind of, or kind of starts with the same syllables, not kind of, but does. And then a lot of times I see too with people's apps and their websites is like, I'll look at the app and I'm sitting there looking at it for like, you know, 30 seconds to a minute before I can really tell like what the app or the website does. So it should be like the second it pops up on the screen to someone who's never seen it before, they can tell right away like, oh, this app does this or this site, you know, is for this. Um, that's just like business advice for vibe coders, I would have to say. Because basically like this whole challenge is, you know, me combining the two. Learning something that I don't know how to do, which is vibe coding, and setting that up with a business mindset or a business basically business practices, and then also applying the abundance mindset to everything. Because I mean, I've even learned, even the best entrepreneurs that I learned from back in the day, like they all said the same thing. Like, you know, mindset is really like one of the most important things when it comes to succeeding at business. Like, you could know everything you need to know about like running a business, but if you don't have the right mindset, you're way more likely to fail. So I'm gonna go with the ultimate candlestick training game. So we got Candle Quest, the ultimate candlestick training game. I'm gonna put that on my document. Candle Quest, the ultimate candlestick training game. There we go. Got the market research done, got the vision, got the major pain points, figured out like gap in the market, like what would make the most sense to focus on for what's not already out there. And yeah, it looks like I'm ready to pretty much start the build. I want to make sure that I take my new Claude MD and Codex MD and make sure that they're in the new folder. So I'm going to create a new folder for the Candle Quest. All right, new folder in my dev app. trying to do everything as professional as I can from the start. Much easier to learn good habits from the beginning than unlearn bad habits later. So yeah, again, I'm just putting the Claude MD file and the Codex MD file into the folder. Now I'm going to close the old folder for Trade Truth Journal. And new folder. I could just drag that one in, that's right. I don't even have to do that. You can see I got the Codex MD and the Sprint Rules 2 MD, and 2 just means I guess my updated Claude MD file for these this 30 app phase. So okay, it's got like the style and the rules for design and stuff, and then also like the new stuff I added for how Claude is supposed to act, and then Codex is how Codex is gonna act, and Codex is just the auditor basically. All right, so I'm gonna open up the terminal. Open up Claude. Bumble Claude. Welcome back, Bumble Claude. We got already Claude in the window and Codex in the window. Those are both working. Awesome. Workflow is set up. Just got to put it in plan mode. All right, I'm in plan mode. I'm ready to get started with creating the plan MD. First, I got to get water. All right. As you can see, I'm in plan mode, ready to do the plan MD. Just want to make sure. Yep, everything's looking good on the screen. I got the code open. Got VS Code. Used to use cursor, but now it's just VS Code, so I don't have to pay for cursor that I don't use anymore. All right, so getting ready with plan mode. I'm gonna look at my document, have it so it's right in front of me, because when I do the dictation, if I click on any other window or folder or file or anything, it's gonna stop dictating and erase everything. So I'm seeing much more need for some kind of looking into buying one of the dictation tools that's meant for vibe coding, because I can see how the Windows dictation is not adequate in a lot of ways. Okay, so I want to just start out being like very specific about the logic, and then I'm going to go from there, just kind of break it down on a higher level. Certain things I want to add to the game. Just going to read over all the notes I copied down to make sure the vision is all fresh in my mind. Okay, so level 1 is like, where are we in the trend? Level 2, how combinations confirm and negate each other. 3 or more candle. Level 4 is 3 or more with volume. And I'm trying to ask, like, given the prior trend in these candles, what is the most likely next move? Is this a good place to enter, exit, or do nothing? All right, good to go. Right now, I am making Candle Quest the and I can't even scroll through the thing without it. Oh, there it goes. It's still working this time. Awesome. Okay, so I figured something out. As long as I don't click on the other window, I can still hover over it and scroll. Okay. The Ultimate Candlestick Training Game. So this is basically a gamified way to understand candlesticks better in regards to candlestick charts. And this is for people who are beginners to intermediate. The game is meant to have different levels. I'm going to start out with 4 levels, and each level should get more difficult. So ultimately, it could take someone from a beginner to advanced. And right now, level 1 is going to be focusing on single candlesticks. For example, like a doji, a hammer, or a marubozu. And it's going to be about sentiment sensing, identifying who is in control, the bulls versus the bears. And it would make more sense with the first level to have some kind of like simple line chart behind it, so you can see like at least like the trend that's going on before the candle. For level 2, this is going to be 2 to 3 candle sets. For example, like engulfing, piercing line, harami. And this is more about spotting when the control shift happens. So level 3 will be the sequence, 3 or more candle trends, like for example morning star, 3 white soldiers. And this will be about, identifying high probability reversals or continuations. Level 4 is going to be 3 or more candle trends with volume included. So you're going to be learning to combine candle sequences with volume. Also, what I want to do is make it so you have to get at least 70% of the level correct before the next level is unlocked. And after level 4, there's going to be like I'll use a LLM API to do like coaching, so it can tell people where their strengths and weaknesses are, and maybe even if possible give them suggestions on what trading style would work best for where they are and based on their current understanding. Now I want to give you more information about level 1. That should be about people knowing like where are we in the trend, what does the one candle that it's showing suggest in regards to, is the trend gonna keep going the same way, is it gonna turn around. Level 2, focus on how combinations can confirm or negate each other. Level 3, small sequences that tell a story about momentum, exhaustion, or continuation. And level 4 is like the same as level 3 except for adding volume. I want the game to be asking questions like, given the prior trend in these candles, what is most likely the next move? Or is this a good place to enter, exit, or do nothing? So that seems to be the basics of. Oh, awesome. Stopped working right when I was done. All right, so I'm going to give this to plan mode in Claude Code and go ahead and get started. So basically, the changes that I made last time in the Claude MD file, so that what it should be doing now is should be asking me some questions and creating a plan mode and making sure the plan mode goes in the right folder so I can see it right there with Codex MD and Sprint Rules MD. Should be Plan MD. And then it's going to stop. It should not start building. Because in the past, what it was doing before I gave it these rules in the Sprint Rules 2MD, basically the Claude MD, what it was doing was like it was not making the plan MD sometimes, and sometimes when it was putting it in like a random file that was super hard to find, and then it would just automatically start building the entire thing, and that's cool. Like that gets it done quicker, but that's not going to be a professional workflow where I'm going to have a more professional product and it's going to be able to find more errors and make sure everything's built right from the start. So I'm trying to do this like professional. Um, Essentially, yeah, I'm trying to become a professional vibe coder. If that's not if that's not a like a legit society role yet, I'm sure it will be in the future. And I'm not trying to do this to like get a job, although I'm sure that this skill would be one of the most valuable skills for any business, to hire somebody who is a professional vibe coder. I'm just trying to do this to do my own business, and that could also mean helping other businesses. But yeah, from what I understand, the current professional vibe coders that help businesses create systems, those guys are in such high demand that they're getting like offers for like $1 million a year salary for companies, but they're able to A, make so much more than that by just freelancing, and B, like why, if you can do it by yourself and have total like freedom and control, why would you want to um basically be tied down and have to be somewhere every day at a certain time and have someone telling you what to do? But anyways, that's up to whoever, decides what they want to do in life. That's just how I feel about it. Maybe some people would be much happier if they were an employee based on rather than an entrepreneur. But either way, what you're learning here is going to be super valuable for whatever path you want to take. As long as you're trying to vibe code in a professional way that you could build stuff that is going to help people and provide a lot of value, that's really the main thing to focus on. Not like, which part of vibe coding can make you more money, or like what app might make more money than another app. At the end of the day, it's all about how can you provide the most value. So many people do businesses because someone else told them how they're making so much money doing that business, but they really, have not the best skills in that area or don't enjoy that area. I see it all the time. And usually those businesses fail the most. And that helps explain too why, like, usually second generation business owners, like people that get a business like passed to them or handed down to them, they're much more likely to fail the business because they don't that's not always necessarily their passion. They're just getting it handed down to them, and they just understand that's money. But is it really their passion? Are they really gonna keep improving and getting better and know the whole market and keep finding ways to create more value? No, usually what happens, what you call it, it's got me thinking about snowboarding. The Burton company, like Burton used to be number one best quality. Always bought the Burton boards and bindings and boots. But unfortunately, the owner of Burton passed away, handed down the company to a family member, and one of the first things they did was outsource all the building to can't remember what country it was, but a country where they didn't do a very good job, and everything's falling apart now, and nobody is buying Burton stuff anymore. At least the people who know what's up. So yeah, there's so many different examples of this. Like, you really got to be passionate about what you're doing. This goes into really like mindset stuff. So while this is building, I'm going to get more into that real quick. And let's see. Some master teachers of abundance. Got people like Napoleon Hill, Earl Nightingale, Neville Goddard, Wayne Dyer, Rhonda Byrne, Jack Canfield, Esther and Jerry Hicks, aka Abraham Hicks, Florence Scovel, and Joe Murphy, Mike Dooley. The list goes on and on. And these are just people from like, I'd say the last like generation or two. But their teachings, like none of these people really invented this stuff. They're just like, passing the knowledge down to the next generation. So that's what I'm trying to do. A lot of these guys are no longer here, or getting towards the end of their journey. So they need people, new teachers that understand this stuff to pass it down to the next generation. So going into some teachings, could look at the power of the spoken word. Like, your words are your most powerful creative tool. You got word, sound, and power. And basically, what you speak, you can speak into existence. Like, I'm gonna vibe code all the way up to $1 million. I love vibe coding. I'm gonna create as much valuable as possible, massive value for massive amounts of people, and receive payment in return based on the value that I create. And I'm going to vibe code some awesome tools that nobody's ever thought of before, and help a lot of other people learn vibe coding and business and abundance mindset along the way. So, okay, looks like the first set of questions coming through. How many rounds should I do? So, oh, rounds per level. Okay. Up 10. Which AI provider will be used? I'm going to do Gemini because I got the free API, so I don't have to worry about the security doing it on the stream. Should the app have sound effects or animations for correct, incorrect answers? I say no to sound, but I've never done animations before. I'm wondering if I should try just animations just to see. Yeah, why not? Subtle animations only. See how it does with that. So something I don't usually do is I'm gonna make the GitHub right now. Claude's plan. It's telling me, do I accept it? But it's not showing it to me. So how can I accept it, Claude? Bumble Claude. Okay, you're asking me if I want to accept the plan, but you're not showing me the plan. Can you show me the whole plan and then ask me if I want to accept it? Now it's showing me the plan. I just had to click it. That's weird. Anyways, yeah, I'll just look at the plan while it's reading over what I just told it. Accept the plan. Okay. Now I can see it. So far so good. I'm looking at like step 4. Yeah, everything looks good. Now let's see if it does the right thing and makes the plan MD. I don't think it's doing that. No, it's not. Okay, it's not listening to my... Yeah, I gotta stop it. Okay, it did not listen to my sprint rules MD like it did last time. That's annoying, man. I thought that actually worked, but did not. Anyways, okay. Okay, so if you would have read the sprint rules to MD, it should tell you that I wanted you to create the plan MD and put it in the folder so that I can see it on the file list right next to Codex MD and Sprint Rules 2 MD. And then I do not want you to actually do the build on this window in plan mode. I wanted you to do the planning, have me confirm the plan, then create the plan MD, then tell me the plan MD is done, but not start the build. I'm not sure why that you followed these directions last time in the Sprint Rules 2 MD, but not this time. So now I want you to follow the directions. Bumbleclad. Why you gotta do that, Bumbleclad? Anyways, yeah, Claude's being Bumbleclad, and it's made me feel like I did something awesome yesterday and set up a plan MD to give it rules, and yesterday I followed the rules perfect, and today it's like it didn't even read them, like they didn't even exist. So I'm not sure what's up with that. But if you're just new to the chat, respect, big up yourself every time. And you always saying blessings and giving thanks and hello and hope you're doing well. And hopefully this build goes good. I've got Bumbleclad is apologizing to me, so I can see it does care. Oh, after the plan improved, I should create plan MD in the project root and stop. The build happens in a separate terminal. Let me do that now. Okay. I guess I just have to remind you of the Claude MD, and it doesn't always work like it's supposed to be. But as long as at the end of the day everything is good, that's fine with me. I just got to do more troubleshooting to understand so that I can get to the next level with this. Okay. So I think really when I start out the what do you call it, the plan mode, I think maybe one of the first things or the last things I need to say is like make sure that you reference the sprint rules to MD. Hopefully I'm going to try that next time, and hopefully I don't have to be specific about each thing I wanted it to do. But anyways, that's just something me trying to make the process better. I'm sure it'll be adjusting as I go forward in ways I don't even understand right now as I keep learning. All right, so now I'm going to go to check the plan MD. Going to check the steps. I'm going to copy and paste this into Gemini and ask it which steps would make the most sense to bolt together. Oh, build steps right here. Awesome. I just tagged Claude, create the plan MD. I'm going to paste the steps here, and I want you to let me know what, if any, steps you think I could group together so I don't have to take it one step at a time. I can speed it up because basically the way it works is like some of the simpler steps I can group together, and it's not a big deal. But like the main steps where it's like wiring the brain of the app, I want to make sure that I do those. by itself, it's more likely to catch the audit. So awesome. They're linking this into like 4 steps instead of like 11. Awesome. Make that way easier. Okay, I'm going to copy and paste this, put it in the document I have on the side. So we got phase 1 to the foundation. It's going to be 1, 2, and 3. Build steps 1, 2, and 3 from the plan MD. Now we will see the building has started. Right. So it's going to be interesting to see if the terminal reads the Claude MD, because I will know when it's done if it creates a prompt that I can give to Codex. Okay, so yeah, I was looking too into what's like the professional way for as far as like building the files, the file structure. I guess it's called scaffolding. Like professional developers call it scaffolding. And what I was doing in the past was, with each build, I was telling Claude to basically do the scaffolding, build out the file structure first. But what I found out is more of a professional way to do it is to not have it create the whole file structure before it does the project, but to build the file structure like as needed. As it's going on and building certain features, it should be building the file structure as it's going. So I put that into the plan MD, and it looks like that's working right, because usually in the past it would have just started building the whole file structure. And I could even see on the Claude Code in the plan mode that I had open earlier, that was like the first thing on its list where it was automatically going to do all the scaffolding for the whole project. And I was like, okay, yeah, I got to stop you before you do that, which is what I did. So got it on medium effort. That's like a new thing. I didn't see that there before. I just noticed something new on the Claude Code terminal window. Right now it's building, and underneath the box where I put in text, it says escape to interrupt, and then it says medium effort. So that's just something new. Could you explain to me what's going on with that medium effort thing? Yo, what's up, Kai? Hope you're doing good. I sent you a link to the what do you call it? The free. I think it was like 7 days of Claude Code in the Discord. So yeah, let me know if it doesn't work. Um, I've still got one more. Anyone else watching? I still got one more link for free 7 days of Claude Code, and I'm gonna give it to whoever I think submits the coolest vibe coding project over the next week. So yeah, even if you're not trying to get the free week with vibe coding with Claude Code, the Discord is a cool place where people are posting up cool things that they're building, and everyone can share what they're working on. So not only can you get good advice, like I've gotten a lot of good advice on there from people, gotten a lot of good ideas from I've seen people submitting things, and you never know, like someone might go on there and see your project and want to actually like use it themselves. So that's good marketing channel too. Respect, no problem. Today things are going good. A little bit tired, um, but yeah, definitely excited to be vibe coding again. It was finally like a nice day where I'm at, so I was able to like get some fresh air and sunshine, and um yeah, actually like hang out outside for a while because not much to do in the Midwest in the wintertime, outside at least. So I was asking Gemini about this Claude Code effort thing, and it's telling me the medium effort indicator is a relatively new and very useful feature in Claude Code Terminal. It's essentially a throttle for Claude's brain introduced with the Opus 4.6 update. Think of it like a gear shifter on a car. What is effort? Previously, Claude was either on, spending maximum tokens and time to think, or off, answering quickly but with less depth. Effort levels low, medium, high, and max give you a middle ground. So my current setting is not showing it again. Like, and as soon as I started telling Gemini about it, it like disappeared. So I thought that was kind of strange, but anyways, so right now it's on medium effort. This is the Goldilocks zone. I think they mean like, the best way to do it. Recommended default for most coding tasks. Gives Claude enough thinking space to solve complex bugs and plan the Candle Quest logic without the high latency or massive token cost of high effort. So high max effort, Claude will overthink everything, checking for edge cases and architectural flaws. Great for security, but it can be slow. So I'm having Codex do my security anyway. Low effort is fast and cheap, good for simple tasks like rename this file or update the CSS color. Okay. Oh yeah, so I see what you're saying. I can just type effort in the terminal and then it will bring that back up. Okay. So now I've got let's see, all 3 steps complete. Build report. Known risks, that's the main thing I'm looking for. and the Codex audit prompt. Copy and paste that. Make sure I'm in Codex. There we go, starting the audit. And yeah, I noticed yesterday too. I got to basically where I was like just done with the very last step, and then that's when it hit like 100% context. So yeah, my goal is to keep it the whole build to be like hopefully under 70% context, but the main goal is to not have to have it compact the conversation. And not only from what I understand is Codex better at auditing because it's like just better at auditing, plus it's good to have like you know, a different program check over for code, but it's better to have Claude in the terminal fix what it finds, because then Claude has like a better understanding of like the entire project. So it looks like here we got some findings: high, high, medium, 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 low. Okay, the high ones are the main things. Then it says no findings. Okay, so this is not checking the Codex MD because it's not giving me a prompt. So I'm going to tell it, all right, if you would check the Codex MD, it would tell you that you should be creating a prompt that I can give to Claude Code to essentially fix all the high and medium issues that you find in the audit. So do that now, and then also every time I come to you with a prompt to audit in the future. And that's weird. Like yesterday, I definitely didn't have to tell it to do that. It just checked the Codex MD. So this is kind of strange to me how like sometimes Claude and Codex will just like not check the MD file, and sometimes it does. So I'm kind of like confused as why that is. I'm gonna actually, that's a good question for Gemini while I'm having Claude fix the audit. Okay. So it's saying Codex MD does require a Claude Code fix prompt after the audit findings. It missed that, and that's like the only thing it says on there. So maybe I just have to tell it to read the MD file each time. When you ask for an audit in this repo, I'll include both the findings and ready to paste Claude Code. There we go. All right. So now I'm having Claude terminal, same window I'm building in, doing the audit. And yeah, this does definitely like pick up the context more, but I understand why it's so important to have it built, to not do the fixes in Codex, because it provides a lot more information to Claude, from what I understand, to make the future process of the build better. So yeah, I'm going to talk to Gemini about the not referencing the files. Okay, so yesterday I created new Claude MD and Codex MD files so that it would do certain things in regards to like doing audits and creating prompts. And also just like the main thing of like planning and creating a plan MD. And today it did not follow the plan or the Codex MD and the Claude MD. And I noticed it wasn't doing it, so I had to tell it like, hey, check out the Claude MD and the Codex MD. You're not doing what it says. And both of them were like, oh yeah, sorry, I missed that. I'll start doing it now. But I'm really not understanding like how come it did it yesterday? How come it didn't do it today? And do I just need to remember every single session to tell it that it has to check those MD files? That seems kind of strange to me. All right. So Kai's thinking it's a context problem. Um, yeah, this is the Gemini saying this is a classic context reset frustration. Feels like your employee showed up for work today and completely forgot the orientation they had yesterday. How I started a new context and forgot to strictly check the MD file. So it sounds like what you're saying is like I should be when I'm in the plan mode, I should be telling it right away, like make sure you reference the plan MD file or the Claude MD and the Codex MD. And I got another person in the audience saying that Claude was just being weird today. That Claude was working for them up until 2 p.m. and then it went sideways for the rest of the day. I guess if you could be more specific, that would help because I didn't start using Claude today up until like maybe I don't know 2 hours ago, and I have not seen. Well, I guess other than this, I haven't seen anything strange. But I just created these files. Well, I just updated these files yesterday for new rules, and I see. Yup. So today I told it to strictly look at the MD files today, and I did have to tell it that after it made the mistakes, and then it did the right thing. And the other guy's talking about they relaunched their session with handover docs and everything, and it was dumb for the rest of the day. Um, so yeah, I'm not sure. I've never had that happen before. Maybe just something to do with sounds to me like something to do with relaunching the session, but I don't know why. Okay, so I get what you're saying, Kai. You're saying like because it's a new context, make sure I tell it at the beginning to reference those files, and if I see the context compact, watch for it to make sure it's like still doing that, and if it doesn't, that's when I don't want to make sure to remind it after the context changes. Yeah, right. Like sometimes I call Claude Bumble Claude because I'm like, what is going on with this? But this includes Claude Code and Claude Chart, which I use to troubleshoot at times using a project and even using GPT to try to realign. It was not having any of it. I hear you, man. Sometimes the weirdest things happen that like it doesn't make any sense and it just gets you scratching your head, and then the next day it doesn't do it. It randomly started going in loops with things we had gone over. It was super weird. I have been there with those loops, so I don't know what to tell you. I guess usually I talk to Gemini about that stuff. Gemini has been pretty helpful, and Kai, he's seen it with anti gravity, so maybe he understands it a little better. But for today, Gemini is telling me it was a context reset. And why did it forget today? Fresh slate syndrome. Every time you start a brand new chat, the AI's working memory is empty. Doesn't automatically scan every file in the directory to see if there are any rules there. Okay, I thought it did that. I was under the under the thinking that it did that, but it doesn't. So that makes a ton of sense. Um, so it's an agent. It can read the files, but it tries to be efficient or low effort. If your initial prompt today was let's start the next step, it might have just looked at the plan MD. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. So the fix they're saying is just tell Claude and Codex always read the corresponding MD file at the start of each session. All right, so we got audit fix the following files. Awesome. So now I'm going to do steps 4 and 5. Yeah. Yeah, you were right. Yup. That was like the second after I read what you said about the context thing. I looked right over and Gemini just got done like doing its work and it said, yup, this is a context thing. And I was like, whoa, man, there was like a split second apart. I got the answer. And yeah, essentially the main thing I was confused. I thought that it automatically like scanned every file like before it got started, but it doesn't. So I just need to remind it. Um, that helps me understand a lot like how it thinks. I thought it was like automatically just like looked at every single file in the folder before it even got started, but I guess not. Yep, that would be about a year and about 11 months more than me. So, yeah, I got a ways to go, but I know I'm going to get there sooner than later. Making a lot of progress. I'm still considering myself a beginner, but definitely people in the comments starting to tell me that I don't really seem like a beginner anymore. And I know the main thing is like most people just give up. Like when I first started, I would hit so many problems that now like I would easily be able to solve, and I understand it now like on such a level to where I probably wouldn't even have like got that problem in the first place. But those problems that I had on like my first maybe like 10 builds, man, I was just going in those loops and going in circles trying to fix it and didn't know what to do, and just I can see how so many people would like start vibe coding and then just like especially if they don't have any kind of coding context, they would like give up. Most people give up. Most people that I've noticed, especially with like being an entrepreneur and business and stuff, seen so many people just put in so much effort at the beginning and have such a good mindset, and then after like a month, not a lot of times it's more like a week or two, they just get overwhelmed, they get burnt out. A lot of times people in their family tell them like, what are you doing, you've never started a business before, you need to just get a job. Or people tell them like, oh, how's that gonna work, uh like did you even think of how you're going to like make money off that, like just saying weird stuff like that to them, and then it gets them thinking twice. So that's why the mindset, abundance mindset, is so important. um so so like I think I could even answer that. Like the point of having markdown rules is like to have the rules so that you don't have to explain it each time. But I guess like even if it's not looking at them each time, you can just say like it's a lot easier to just say like, check the rules in the MD files than to like tell it each rule every single time. And Kai's noticing that AI is starting to hallucinate more with the skill MD files, and I heard skill MD files are getting like really popular. That seems like the research I've been doing is going to be more when I go into like building like the business system, like the marketing and the like CRM and stuff like that. So that's good to know now. And then as far as am I using a hierarchy of subagents? So um I'm not sure I would like define it as a hierarchy, but I'm using essentially I'll explain to you my flow is right now the workflow is use the LLM to clarify the vision of what the project's going to be, do the market research, create the name, do like the business stuff, like pain points and market opportunities. And then once I have the vision down, then I go into Claude Code in the plan mode window right here that I just pulled up. And I tell it my vision and I have it create a plan MD. Once the plan MD is there, then that helps a ton with conserving context. The plan mode and the window of Claude Code takes a lot more context than the terminal, I noticed. So then I go in the terminal and I just do the build and the audit fixes in the terminal. So I can just go in the terminal after the plan MD is created and say, start working on step one. And all the other context that it took to do all the like planning is in a different window. So I'm starting fresh with the build. And I've got the MD files so that like you can see right here. Oh, I guess it's not done. But so like I'm doing steps like I used to do when I first started. I'd do one step at a time, but now I'm realizing like I can group steps together based on like right now phase one is the foundation. I did steps 1, 2, and 3, which was the brain and the skeleton of the app. This is going to be the engine, steps 4 and 5. And essentially when I'm done building, it's going to give me a prompt based on what it built that I can give to Codex in the chat window. And I just put that prompt right into Codex. Codex does the audit for what it just built. Codex tells me what it found, and then it gives me a prompt based on what it found that I can copy and paste right back into Claude Code Terminal. And then they fix the audit part. And then either during the build or after the build, if I have any questions or want to like vibe code to change something, then I'll go back to Claude Code in the chat window and usually in plan mode. Sometimes I'll even have it do research, like find the best API keys, stuff like that. But yeah, the main reason that I have this workflow the way it is first for professional quality. The research I did was telling me like this is like for what I have so far where I'm at, this is the best way to get like a professional level workflow. And then second would be to conserve context. So the goal is to build the entire project without having to refresh the context. So you can see right here, just finished this step, shows me what it did. Summary of the changes, the known risks. Codex audit prompt, audit the following files in the CandleQuest project. SRC, components, charts, candlestick charts, and the data generators. Here we go. So then I can just put that right into Codex. And Codex will do the audit. And that's like my workflow right there, basically, right now. And I'm sure, I'll get this down. And then once I get this down to where it's like as smooth as I can get it and it's kind of like muscle memory, I don't even have to think about it anymore, then I will find ways to optimize it and make it better. And actually, I was talking about the beginning of the stream. I think the next thing I'm going to do implement is it looks like I can like automatically, that reminds me, I didn't set up the GitHub repo yet. So I can have it so it automatically like sets up the repo and automatically pushes the Git after each step. And then it sounds like what I can automatically do is have Codex do the audit not based on the prompt that I get from Claude, but do an audit based on it can just go and look at the GitHub repo and see what was changed. And then, from what I understand, that's better for auditing because then it's like more exact on what it's focusing on. So that's going to be like my next implementation, I believe. And going back to the chat, yeah, we could talk about always trying to talk about business. Need to set up a sub agent live on stream. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Cause the one I wanted to set up a sub agent yesterday to basically like do what I'm doing with the copying and pasting between Claude and Codex, but it sounded like the Claude sub agent couldn't really talk to Codex, or else if it could, like I had to do more steps because it was like, if I had like the sub agent go from like one Claude window to another Claude window, it would have been fine. But yeah, definitely that sounds like a good idea. I think I need to find a use case where I can find a sub agent. So I'm gonna copy and paste this. I just want to check out what it found first. All right, putting the auto results in back into Claude. All right, back to the chat. So yeah, if you have any good suggestions for what I could use a sub agent for, let me know. Skills have been proven to inflate the token use and not necessarily help. And this is new research. I could see. I'm starting to understand better now how that is possible. Check out a project. Check out building a project using segregated subagents with an overseer that his only job is to know where the project is at and assigning specific tasks like code, arch audit, QA. All right, I'm gonna have Gemini explain that a little better. What is cool is to have like Codex Code or Claude Code, then have the other verify and pit them off each other. So kind of like basically have them check each other's work. Like right now, Codex is just checking Claude's work, but Claude's not really checking. Well, I guess yeah, because Claude's not doing the auditing. Claude's just fixing the audit, fixing the problems the audit found. That makes sense. Okay. Um. Yeah, so that's good to know. Really good to know with the skill, what you call it, skill MD files, because from what I understand, people that are using Claude to program like business tools, like I want to do, and I'm really really excited to get to that level. Um, they were like, it's all about skills files and creating the skill MDs, and yeah, that's good to know going into it. So I gotta be probably it sounds like the best thing to do is like keep the skills MD as minimal as possible. But like, cause yeah, I know like I was even that too. I was watching the people online, like the business people, more the entrepreneur people, how they use Claude Code to like set up different business functions. And they're like, yeah, I had this whole skill MD file about how to do like copywriting. And I'm like, but dude, the LLM already knows how to copyright. Like, I don't see a skill file making a LLM be any better unless you wanted it to like copyright in a specific way. But as far as just like copywriting, which is basically like a marketing language, um, I mean, if Claude LLM can copyright just fine by just me telling it to like write this in a copywriting style, then why should I have to give it a whole like skill MD on like how to write in a copywriting style if it already knows how to do that? But that's just something I was thinking when I was watching these guys like design tools. I was like, yeah, I mean, can it already do that? But anyways, okay, fixed everything. And it gave me another audit prompt, so hopefully, yeah, so this is something that is also in my MD file. I'm going to do this one time, and if it does it again, I'll remind it like, hey, the MD file says that you're not supposed to like do this loop, but maybe it found something that's necessary. Because I'm thinking, because I'm started like before I was just doing one step of the plan at a time, and now I'm trying to bunch steps together, which I got kind of mixed instructions on whether I should be doing that or not, but I'll see. So talking about subagents, um yep, like I saw there's a command to build these subagents. Kai saying this whole setup is multiple AI agents, open code, Gemini, CLI, windsurf, anti-gravity, sometimes cursor, Claude Code. So yeah, that's what I'm feeling like. That's where I'm going, is adding more agents. Essentially, like I was just learning about more about anti-gravity today, and how like Gemini, which is like Google anti-gravity, it sounds like they come together. Like if I get a Gemini subscription, I also get anti-gravity. But basically, like I wasn't really like looking into anti-gravity enough before to understand how it would help. And what it was telling me was Gemini is better for vibe coding UI, and anti-gravity, the one thing it can do that like nothing else can do is it can go and like actually like go into your website and like, or whatever you're building, app, website, and like click everything, and it records the process, and it goes through and it kind of like does a live test on everything, and if it finds something it can like show you a video of what it found, and that it can pick up on stuff that like nothing else can pick up on in that way. So I can see like when I start spending more time on UI, that makes a ton of sense to implement Gemini for the UI and anti-gravity. So yeah, this is just the beginning. I'm like 1 month in, and got like, technically got like 3 agents right now, but I mean when I see other people that are like pros and they got like 10 different agents running, and I'm just like, dude, I got a long way to go, but it's okay because learning something new every day. Do I use Codex in Claude Code? I don't believe so. I mean, like I'm just getting a prompt from I get a prompt from Claude Code that I give to Codex, and then Codex, based on what it finds in the audit, gives me a prompt that I give back to Claude Code, which is what I'm about to do right now. and hopefully it comes back and it tells me that it's ready for the next step, because I noticed yesterday I had to remind it. I put it in the plan MD, but yeah, it was taking me on a loop where it would like fix the audit. What it found in the audit, it would fix it, and then it would come back and be like, okay, here's a new prompt for Codex, and it would basically say the same thing. So yeah, I just gotta watch it that it doesn't do that. So we got a new person in the comments saying that I can do that with other things. Vercel agent browser skill. Okay, I gotta look that up. Gotta look at segregated agents. Subagents. Segregated subagents. And then windsurf. Vercel agent browser skill. That reminds me, this is definitely the time to set up GitHub and Vercel. And awesome. Oh yeah, it's giving me another prompt. So I need to tell it like, hey, so if you read the sprint rules 2MD, you will see that you're not supposed to go into that loop where after you fix the audit issues, you give me another prompt for another audit. Awesome. So yeah, now I got it right on track with everything I implemented in the new rules. So I want to do the GitHub right now. Looks like I didn't even know people could follow you on GitHub, but it's saying I got new followers, so that's cool. Candle Quest. All right, now I got the GitHub URL. I just created a new repository on GitHub for this Candle Quest project. I'm going to paste the URL they gave me here. I want you to create a prompt for me to essentially have Claude push it to GitHub and let me know whether you think I should do this in the terminal or in plan mode. I think they were saying it's better to do it in the terminal, but I just wanted to double check. So the difference is Gemini is not only just agents in the background, but it's also multiple models. Interesting. Yeah, I definitely want to know more about that. Oh, so they're talking about like not inside of like they meant side by side. That makes more sense. Um, the only thing what I understand about that is you want to make sure they're not trying to like make changes in the same file at the same time. Uh, yeah, respect to Brian Blood. Yeah, thank you for the information. I'm gonna check it out. That's awesome. The core idea is that each subagent is blind to the other's internals. It only sees its input and knows its job. This prevents context bleed, keeps outputs predictable, and makes debugging easy. You can do it in the terminal. No need to learn another app or whatever. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I definitely got to do some research on that. So, yeah, respect every time. Thank you for helping to elevate my mind. Okay. So we got, yeah, I'll do it in terminal mode. I'm gonna have Claude do the first push. Then I'll have it start on what would be phase 3, the gameplay loop, steps 6, 7, and 8. These 3 steps create the loop: home, play, results. If you only build the home screen, you can't test the play screen. The workflow: build the UI for selecting a level, answering a question, and seeing the score. The push: this is your playable alpha push. At this point, your viewers could technically visit the Vercel link and play level 1. Awesome. So I see another big up to everybody in the comments. Another new person stepping in with probably some more good advice. There's a nano claw. Okay, never heard of nano claw. That's you can easily integrate their small agents so you can run multiple at once. It's got all kinds of different agents. I'm gonna take a note for nano claw. Right. So yeah, it sounds like Kai knows about nano claw. Um, but I want to know too. So it might be nanobot. Awesome. Can you tell me about nanoclaw or nanobot? I think it's the same thing, but some people in the comments just mentioned it, and basically it sounds like it's something that you can use with like subagents. Let me know what you think and how it might help what you think I'm doing. Oh, so you were just setting it up like just recently. It's awesome. Um, Nanoclaw, often associated with the Nanobot project, open source tool designed to give AI models like Claude or GPT-4 hands and eyes on your local machine, specifically focused on browser automation and subagent tasks. Think of it as the bridge between Claude's brain and your actual computer screen. So, at its core, it is a computer use agent. While Claude Code lives in your terminal and can edit files, NanoClaw is more about navigating the web like a human would. Okay, so the first thing that makes me think of is what I understand about perplexity. subagents. Allows you to spin up workers that can go out and perform specific tasks like scraping data, checking a website's UI, or testing a deployment while you keep coding in the main window. You can see the browser, meaning it doesn't just look at the HTML code, it looks at the actual layout to make sure buttons are where they should be. All right, I'm just gonna go ahead and start the next step. We got steps 6, 7, and 8. That's a very very good summary. It's light and it gets everything done. Yeah, yeah, respect for that. So yeah, if you're watching, go ahead, like, comment, subscribe, and join Discord. Also, I got one more free week of Claude Code left to give away. So what I'm gonna do is go in Discord. You can check out other people have been posting their vibe coding projects up there. Mine are all in the link in the description. The Discord links in the description for YouTube. And whoever I think posted the coolest project up, vibe coding project up over the next week, I'll give them that free week link for Claude Code. And yeah, I was trying to post my links up on Twitch today and gave me some error, and like AI was saying there was some bug with like trying to post up links right now, but it's like this shouldn't be so difficult, so I'll have to come back to that later. So sorry if you're on Twitch and you're not finding the links there. I'm working on it. And yes, big up the stream, big up yourselves, big up vibe coding every time. So yeah, Nano Claw has subagents like scraping data, checking a website's UI, or testing a deployment while I keep coding in the main window. You can see the browser, meaning it doesn't just look at the HTML code, it looks at the actual layout to make sure buttons are where they should be. That's valuable. So like a use case for this, it could be like a Q&A engineer. Well, I thought they meant question and answer, but they're saying quality assurance. Um, Automated UI testing. Instead of manually clicking through level 1, level 2, level 3 every time I make a change, I can have NanoClaw subagent. Like open the Vercel preview link, click through the game levels, verify the success screen actually pops up. That is valuable. Okay, because I notice with these games, like the more I play it, the more I'm finding bugs, and a lot of times just to test something, I have to like maybe play through to level 3 just to like test something works. So if I could just be like, hey, play through to level 3 and then it just automatically does it, that would save me a ton of time. Yeah, and there's so much more. Like, I was like, man, when I was just using one Claude Code window, I had no idea how much better I could get with like how many more tools there were. And now I'm starting to see. But yeah, okay, we got these steps are done. It did not this time. It did not give me a prompt. Create a prompt that I can give to Codex to make an audit. I still want you to do that every time you finish a step or group of steps that I give you. Yes, let's see. Revamp the Discord. I have no idea what that means, but Yeah, I mean, I don't see, like, I don't see why not. Uh, yeah, respect, man. I guess I don't really understand what you mean by revamping it, but if you think you can make it better, that's awesome. Um, and another person's talking about we're lost, AI moves fast. Yes, it does. It's like there's always like a new tool. As soon as you get done learning one tool, like the newest one already just came out, and like then the next update will come out. But hey, that's awesome. Like that's a good problem. I'd rather have technology moving too fast than too slow. And you know, too, is like I feel like we're like really early on this. Like I think I from like I feel like I'm very good. Well, I know I'm very good at like predicting trends, especially with like technology and business. Um, man, I was like so many things, especially technology, I've told people about throughout the years, and they've done everything, called me crazy, told me I don't know what I'm talking about, that's never gonna happen. And then it happens like almost every time. And people are like, how did you know that? And I'm just like, because I follow this stuff and I'm like good at it. But yeah, I feel like we're super early. Just like I knew when like Bitcoin, like it was like maybe 2017 and like media was just starting to pick up on it. People are like, oh, but it already went up to like you know $20,000, and it's like it's just going to be over now. It's like a tulip thing, and it's just like it was just a craze, and you know it doesn't have any value. And that was the whole timeline back then. I was like, no, it's still super early. It's just starting to become mainstream. There's still so many more cycles to go. I think it'll hit 1 million in our lifetime. Everyone was like, you're crazy. No, it's not. It's just going to go up to 20K and then crash down to nothing. And I was like, no way. Like I understood that. I understood so many things, but yeah, I know we're early. This is a really early step for vibe coding. Vibe coding, I think, was one of the most valuable, not only business skills, but technology skills anyone could have right now. And in the future, too, it's just going to be more and more important. So I see it like, you know, put in the work right now because opportunities like this do not come that often. The way what's possible right now for vibe coding in business, especially, is like something I've never seen in my lifetime for the advancements. And the sooner you get in on it, I think, the bigger of a head start you're gonna have. Because I can see it, man. The mainstream, the masses, they're gonna all pile into vibe coding, and just like the gold rush, you know, the ones who really got rich were not the ones who were mining the gold on average. It was the ones who were selling the tools, and it was the ones who knew where to go in the right spots, and the ones who had already been out there before the crowds came in. So yeah, that's who we are, and I see that, and just stick with it, even though it might seem like you know overwhelming at times. So let's see. I'm looking at the comments. The revamp, fix up the channels, categories. Oh yeah, yeah, that's awesome, man. Just let me know what you need. Whatever you need for the revamp, let me know, and it's a go. So, someone wants me to explain, and I've never seen you in the chat before. Welcome to the chat. The $1 million idea. So it's not just one idea. I've been doing business for a long time. You never know how things are going to work out. Um, a lot of times, the stuff you think is not going to do well does well, and vice versa. But essentially, I'm vibe coding to 1 million, whatever that takes. So, like, my idea right now is I'm building out financial apps. One of them goes viral, very unlikely. Then I can, you know, just like put that up on the App Store, and, you know, who knows, maybe I'll have $1 million in like the next couple months. But most likely that's not what's going to happen. So I can make like a financial tool, like a hub is kind of where my mind is starting to see the next step. And essentially that hub can be like, you know, like a funnel, like anyone can come in there and be made for beginners, like beginners to turn into experts, and maybe even implement something where people can create their own personalized trading bots. So it'd be like you could have different levels of subscription. And essentially, I would build out a whole business for that just with vibe coding. Like I'd vibe code the whole business. and I'd vibe code the marketing, so the marketing is just running on automatic. And then after I vibe code that business, why not try to sell custom vibe coding uh, AI employees or business functions for businesses. I mean, the sky's the limit really on what I can do. And, I could always just go from there. I'm only really seeing the next step in front of me. I don't really know exactly how I'm going to get to that million. And that's like abundance mindset. Like, um, I'm not trying to like control how things are going to go. I'm just going to go with the flow. I know I'm in the flow right now. I can tell from doing so many different businesses and different business ideas. Like, if something's flowing from the start, stick with it, keep going. All you need to see is the first step. And, if you're just hitting wall after wall and everything is just like not fun and you're just like frustrated, then you probably might want to transition into something else that you enjoy doing more. But yeah, I love doing business. I love like technology. So this is a good mix for me. And the next step is kind of all that I can see. And who knows where the next step will be after that. But abundance mindset, you never know. It's all about just staying in the flow and being on the right frequency, staying in the right mindset, and just having faith that you will get there, believing that it's possible, and the next step should show up when you're ready for it. All right, should have a prompt. Awesome. Prompt for the audit. Here we go. Oh, there it is. Awesome. All right, so another good thing for the what's that called? The nano claw. Could do competitor research, scraping. If I want to see how other candlestick trainers handle their animations, I could have an agent browse those sites and summarize their mechanics or even take screenshots for you. Oh, this would be huge for the research phase. Oh man, I'm seeing so much potential here now too. Okay. Real-time deployment checks. After Claude pushes to GitHub, I could have a sub-agent wait for the Vercel build to finish, visit the URL and report back. Site is live and the Get AI coaching button is responsive. Okay. So it says, think of Claude Code as the builder and NanoClaw as the user slash tester. All right. The audit is done. They're giving me the prompt for Claude Code to do the fixes. 1 high and 5 medium. What's the high? Scenario generation is gated only on. Okay, yeah, that's a big deal. Talking about hydration and rehydration and coding, I've never heard about that before. So I noticed on this audit report, they're talking about um, hydration and rehydration, like a hydration guard. Can you explain to me what this means? Hydration is a fancy way of saying making the page come to life. Server-side rendering has the dry stage. Okay, when you can't actually see the website, and the hydration is when the JavaScript, the water arrives. Now I get it. Once it's hydrated, the page becomes interactive. So rehydration is often used interchangeably with hydration. Refers to the React rerunning your component logic on the client side. Okay, I get it. All right. Awesome. All right, so I'm just giving this audit fix prompt to Claude. Yeah. And I think, see, yeah, I want to go back into some more abundance mindset stuff. Non-resistance, taking the path of least resistance. Fighting against unwanted conditions gives them power. Like, the more you resist something, the more it persists. The more you fight against anything, the stronger it gets. Always trying to think about business and collaboration instead of like war and competition. Because abundance, there's enough out there for everybody. So this is from Jerry Esther Hicks. They taught that a surrendered, non-resistant approach where you bless obstacles and give thanks for problems and blessings and release them rather than push against them. Look at them as learning experience, learn from them, and then just keep on moving. Notice a lot of people just like apply more force when they come up against an obstacle. I mean, maybe the easiest thing to do is just go around it, but sometimes people get stuck and they just like use more and more force when there's always like a way of least resistance, and just using more force just usually does not help. Usually it's more likely to break something. But I wish some of the so-called leaders out here understood all that. Output findings with severity, file, line number, and description. Okay, here we go. It's going back to the audit loop again. But I'm just going to ignore it and have it do the next steps. So we got now 9 and 10. Okay, going back to the comments. In Discord, it has a role system. Automatically, I'm the owner of the server, but I can create a role called admin. Oh, awesome. The overall, and to overall protect the server, I also want to add a bot for welcome messages and leaving messages, etc. Okay, awesome. Let's see. I will get to that shortly. So one of the very helpful commenters in the comments I gave them a free trial to Claude Code, and essentially they're talking about they could help me revamp the Discord. I don't know much about Discord. They know a lot more than me, and basically they're talking about I think they just need like an admin privilege. So let me know what you think and how this works. Because like from what I understand, I don't have any information on Discord that like would be like anything to worry about with like information or anything like that. So I don't see any problem. I'm just not used to using Discord in a long time. So I'm seeing I just need to go to server settings, create a new role called Discord revamp, turn on manage channels, manage roles, manage messages, and then that should be good. Um, yeah, that's awesome. Sounds like Kai was able to get users on his application. I'm guessing that's the education one. Yeah, that's awesome, man. Like I love looking at the analytics and seeing that people are using some of the apps that I made. And even though it's not much, I know it's a start. I know I mean just the fact that like people are watching the live stream, that's awesome. Like I've gotten so much help from the people in the live stream, and hopefully I've helped a lot of people in return too that are watching. But yeah, this is just building in public is like a really good idea. I really like doing this journey like publicly so people can see, and hopefully people can learn from me and do the same thing. And I mean, really, everybody out here that puts in some work should be able to like create $1 million business. Like, there's definitely enough money out there in the world floating around that should not be a problem. So just got to get audit codex audit prompt. Yep, it made it awesome. Yo, Respect. Big up everybody in the comments. I remember this guy from before. Hope you're doing good. I'm a little tired today. I was up vibe coding last night till I don't know 3 or 4 in the morning, and that yeah, it's because they just changed the. I don't know where you're from, but in America they do this thing where like they change the time twice a year. So like, I woke up yesterday and it was like an hour later than what I thought it was, and that just kind of like threw me off and ended up staying up super late. But hey, it was worth it. Like I got a lot done, made a lot of improvements, and sure I'll sleep good tonight after doing so much today. So yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Working on a new project. If you're just tuning in, I'm doing Candle Quest. So candlesticks are a method of financial charts. So this is I already made a tool I think called Candle Coach that kind of like helps beginners learn about different candles and applies it into real time, I believe, for any stock they want. But this one is going to be like a game where a person can come in and play the game to get better and progress each level to understand how to use candlesticks better. Yesterday I did the um, Trade Truth journal, and that was the first time I made a project that had a like where you have to create an account. So I had to like learn about like I believe it was Supabase, and I had to create up a Supabase account and create essentially like charts on there so it could store all the user data. But yeah, I really like I'm seeing a ton of value even for myself with that Trade Truth journal. I definitely made a trade yesterday and got out of the trade today, and I put that first trade in the Trade Truth journal. And unfortunately, I knew it. I was like, I felt like because I was tired, I got out of that trade too early. And yeah, it's still moving up. Yeah, it's crazy how much like being like hydrated and well rested and like eating quality food and getting exercise and fresh air will make your decision process better for like investing in business. And it's just becoming more aware of like those kind of things before you make a decision. Because yeah, I remember I got in that trade and I was like, oh, I think it's going up higher, like at least like 74K, and I got out around like 70, and now it's up at or no, I got out around like 69. Now it's up to 70. So I think it's probably gonna keep going up. But hey, I made my profits. That was like a quick 100, and yeah, I always should have put in more. That was like a better. I like that setup a lot better than most. But I mean that's just trading. Just learn and get better every time. And hopefully the tools I'm making can take people from beginner investor to expert trader in record time, and everyone can get more money. All right, fix the following audit findings in this project. And if you like business, I would highly recommend investing because you can buy individual stocks, and when you're doing that, that helps you understand like the research process that goes into like understanding picking stocks and like looking into a business and how well they're running, and getting good at predicting like future trends and what businesses are going to do better in the future, which ones aren't. And investing in the stock market has helped me understand business on a totally different level. So yeah, there's so much to gain from doing that. All right, so ready for Claude Code to fix these problems the audit found. Then I believe there's one more step left, and then I can go and try out the game and vibe code the change that I want to make in the world. That should be like a bumper sticker, like vibe code the change that you want to make in the world. Um, yeah, learning about hydration and rehydration and coding. I was like, what? Why not look at some abundance mindset? No need to worry or fret. Because when worry or fear feels overwhelming, you can just release the problem from your conscious mind so the subconscious can resolve it. So, like, nature, meditation, learning how to vibe code your mind, your subconscious. Most people are very unaware of what their subconscious is doing. A lot of people aren't even aware of what their conscious is doing, but anyways, like meditation, like so many people, like, you know, you get a problem in life, you like forget a word, like, oh, what was I gonna do, something like that. And path of resistance would be to like struggle and like strain your brain and try to find an answer. You know, some things just don't make sense. Sometimes you got to find an answer, but sometimes the best thing to do is nothing, and everything will take care of itself. So essentially, that's like meditation right there. I was just flew to this island to learn skimboarding. Actually, I went there to go surfing, but the waves were not that good, so I got a skimboard because it made way more sense for skimboarding. So I was like, oh, this is awesome, and got kind of decent at skimboarding. But then I was like, oh man, I can't bring this on the plane unless I buy like a $300 bag for it, and even then, like they could break it. So I was like, what should I do? Like, I got my flights tomorrow, and I just started meditating. And after like 5 minutes of meditation and turning my conscious mind off, is like answer just came to me. I looked at the mat I was meditating on, and there was a belt sitting next to me, and I was like, how about I just wrap this mat around the skimboard and tie the belt around it? And I did, and then I got to the airport, and there was like a free machine that just like wrapped it in saran wrap, and I did it, and they kind of looked at me funny at the desk on the plane, but I was like, hey, can I just bring this on the plane? They're like, no, you got to check it, but we'll let you do it for free. And yeah, didn't break or anything. But yeah, sometimes like you just don't know the answer. And instead of like trying to force it, the best thing to do is just like not think about it. And then the answers will come. So, anyways, going back to the project, I've got everything. It's like it was fixed. So now I'm going to push and commit to GitHub. Oh yeah, I was wondering about one thing with like Vercel. Yes, just going to the comments. It's awesome to see new people here. So today I'm building the Candle Quest. It is a tool for beginners at the Invest game. So it's all about the frame of mind to Candlestick is basically another way to draw a chart. This is going to show, it's like a game for beginners so that they can understand how to read candlesticks in a chart, and like each level takes you up like to like a new understanding of candlesticks. And also there's like an AI coaching element on it. So it can look what you're doing. It can look at what you're doing and tell you like, you understand this, aspect a lot better than this other aspect, and basically coach you on how to get better. And it can help you understand like kind of what level you're at and what kind of like investing style would work better for where you're at. But like all these tools, essentially the main goal is to um take people from basically like beginner to expert and to where they're just making a lot of money um every day easily, and learning a lot about business and markets and how to monetize that. So keeping going. I think I'm on day like 24 of 30. So this and like five more finance apps I'll be doing, and then most likely it looks like I'll be kind of wiring them all together and making like a central hub, adding a bunch of extra stuff, making everything a lot better. Have like a free tier and a paid tier, and maybe some other features too that I'm thinking about. But yeah, got like five more apps to go before I'm done with phase one, and it's definitely a lot of fun. Definitely feel like I passed like the curve, like the pat, like everything is like just flowing more and becoming easier every day, and I'm learning more every day. And I think the first kind of like I would say the first 10 apps I built were like really difficult, and I was moving really slow. And now I'm starting to really take off, but I still got a long way to go. So let's see. Now would be step. No doubt, life tips on abundance every time, so you can elevate your mind and not get left behind, and live in a kind and peaceful state. So for progress, you don't have to wait. You can just go out and do it and pursue it. Don't make, okay, step 11. Don't make polish its own separate session at the end. Tell Claude. As you build each component in phase 1 through 4, make sure they're responsive and have touch targets of 48px immediately. This saves you from having to go back and fix 10 different files at the very end. Okay, well, thanks Gemini for telling me that at the very end. But is there even a step 11? I can't remember. I'm gonna check. I think it just added that. Oh yeah, there is. Step 11, polish. I'll just tell it to do it. It's too late anyway to do it. Can't go back in time. Can't buy time. Time is the greatest resource out here. All right, do step 11. All right, last step. And yeah, I was just looking at was asking Gemini about like how to get Kai on with the Discord revamp, and essentially it's saying that I should create a new role called Discord revamp and turn on manage channels, manage roles, and manage messages, and then that's what I should do. Does that give you like everything you need to do what you need to do? All right, water time. Just doing some physical therapy for my injured shoulder. Say I'm like 75% healed up. Can get back to climbing again. Man, I miss climbing so much. No. After like a month of not climbing, I'm gonna be knocked down like at least 2 or 3 levels. It's gonna take me at least another month to get back to where I was. Tell Gemini I want to add Discord bots. Awesome. So I also wanted to add Discord bots, or at least the commenter that I was going to give access to wanted to add these Discord bots. I don't even know what they are. Yeah. Like it's time to stand up. I'm gonna send this audit report or audit prompt to Codex real quick. It's good to go. All right, so a bot is just an automated user. Has a bot tag next to its name. It doesn't have a human behind it. Instead, it's running code that tells it to react to things that happen in your server. Here's the 4 most common hires people make for their Discord. The bouncer automatically deletes spam, blocks scam links, and kicks bad actors. The clerk gives people roles like vibe coder or beta tester when they click a button. The DJ plays music or YouTube audio in your voice channels for the audience. The hype man announces when you go live on YouTube or push new code to GitHub. So when you invite a bot, a window pops up asking for permissions. This is where you need to be careful. Use the app directory instead of clicking random links from the internet. Go to server settings, app directory. Inside Discord, these are vetted by Discord and are much safer. Just like with the human moderator, never give a bot administrator permissions unless it absolutely needs it. Most don't. So, yeah, basically Gemini is telling me that, like, I shouldn't give anybody, what do you call it, administrator permissions. And I don't really know how it works, but, yeah, I guess that's why I was wondering, like, do you need the administrator to do the bot stuff? Bots can only manage people who have lower role than them. Put the bot's role just before yours, just below yours in the settings so it can do its job without having power over me. Because I run AI, AI doesn't run I. If your computer sets up a GitHub bot, your Discord will automatically post a message every time you push code. The audience sees the quest moving in real time. When someone joins the Discord, a bot can instantly say, welcome, click the candle to unlock the candle quest testing channel. Oh, that's cool. So it's saying to ask which specific bot are you adding and what permissions does it need. Um, yeah, I guess basically it's saying like just don't give any random person. I mean, you're cool, like you've been here um for a while, yeah. So it's been definitely helpful and like yeah, I don't see any problem with it. But Gemini is like just don't give anyone admin basically. See, I don't know what that means if you can do what you're trying to do without the admin. But yeah, just let me know. Um, for the most part, it sounds like a go. So I got the Claude Code fixed prompt. No audit findings were ID'd. That's awesome. Awesome. So yeah, what I'll do is let's see. I might as well just do this right now because it looks like the build just got finished. I'm gonna ask it to do an overall audit. Do an overall audit for the entire project. All right, so what I got to do is go to server settings to roles, create a new role called Discord revamp. Okay. Gemini is really bad at knowing how to navigate websites, so I'm going to go to Perplexity because I cannot find the roles. It's like Codex found something in the audit. Give that to Claude. Okay. Server settings, roles. See user settings, but not server settings. Let's see. So I'm doing this on live stream, and one of the commenters that is very helpful wants to help me revamp my Discord. and essentially I'm trying to find out how to give them permissions to do this. I was told like, what permissions to set for them. I'm going to copy and paste that here, and I want you to tell me how to basically assign these permissions to them in Discord. Yeah, that's one thing I learned is like when it comes to LLMs and you're like trying to like find how a site works and find certain things on a site, a lot of them are just like wrong. And they've been taking me on loops of like how to find stuff on a site, and then I started trying Perplexity, and Perplexity is right every time. And I think it's because a lot of these LLMs are looking at like a outdated map of a site, and the sites have changed since then, so then they don't know that, and they're looking at like how a site used to operate. Okay, open the server, click your server name at the top left. That's where server settings is. Awesome. At the top left, click server settings, go to roles. Click my server name. I don't see the server settings still. Oh, there it is, server settings, awesome. And then roles. Create roles. Discord revamp. Give the role the right permissions. Click the Discord revamp I just made. Display role members separately from online members. Allow anyone to mention this role. View server as role. Oh, I see permissions. There we go. Manage channels. Manage roles. Manage messages. There we go. Shows the people. Awesome. See, I just added Kai to the members for the Discord revamp, and believe I just saved the changes. All right, Kai, if you're still watching, I think I got it set up right so you can do what you need to do. Let me know if anything's blocking from what you're trying to do, and then I'll see what I can do to fix it. But yeah, it should be. It looks like I've got the role for the Discord revamp set up, and then you're the only member in there. And yeah, awesome. Thanks again for helping, man. Respect. So okay, going back to the build. Just doing the final audit cleanup for the candle quest. Oh, awesome. Yeah, I want to see how those bots work, so that sounds cool. Um yeah, I just used Discord like, I don't know, a couple years ago, like talking to some friends and stuff, just like random, but um yeah, I've not set it up and seen what it can done for like business and streaming and stuff, so that's gonna be cool. And like even when I created Discord, I had no idea. Like it was just like a recommendation. And I was like, I have no idea like how this is gonna help, but like right away I'm seeing like, wow, this is a really awesome place for people to post up their projects that they're working on, and everyone can kind of like, get inspiration and motivation and contemplation off of other people's work. And it's an awesome place to go and just check things out. So yeah, give thanks for Discord. I was surprised how quick it showed a lot of value, and yeah, definitely excited to see how the Discord evolves over time. So that's gonna be awesome. And so yeah, I just got another person asking what am I building, and this is the Candle Quest. It's like a investing game to turn a beginner into pro. So it's gonna look at level one will be easy, and then like level two gets more difficult, and essentially it's like understanding candlesticks. So if you look at a chart for an asset or like a stock or a crypto, or you know um, even things like commodities like gold, silver, basically a candlestick chart is like a way to look at a chart, and if you can read individual and groups of candlesticks, you can understand the chart a lot better, make better decisions, have more likely information of what's going to happen, and essentially can make you a better investor. And I made it so it's like a game. So I already have an app that's Candle Coach, and I would recommend doing Candle Coach first because that gives you like a basic understanding of like what candlesticks are, and the different like sets of them, like when you look at multiple ones together. So I would say use that one, or if you already know candlesticks, then you can go to this. And like even me, I bet you if I use it, it'll just kind of do a brush up like some stuff I might have forgot. But yeah, essentially not only that, but it's gonna have an AI like coach, so it can analyze what you did, where your strengths and weaknesses are, and help you to understand, kind of like how that relates to where your trading style might be best fit for where you're at in your evolution of investing. Well, yeah, at the end of the day, this should provide a ton of value, just like all these other tools I've made. And yeah, it's going to be awesome to see how I can all make them work together. All right. So they're giving me another prompt, and they shouldn't do that unless they found problems. So I'm just making sure it actually found problems, and it's not just sending me on a loop for to do another audit if I don't need it. Why not just give it this last prompt for the audit? Be easier to find stuff now, because I definitely noticed making the games with like multiple levels, that was where I found the most bugs, and you pretty much have to like play through the levels over and over again to find them. Last time I did a game, I did it with the Claude Code in the chat window, and it just kind of built the whole thing at once, and then I audited the whole thing at the end. Oh, did not copy that. Should have read it before I sent it. There we go. Codex audit prompt. So yeah, I noticed so I noticed in the comments guys saying that uh when you try to add the bot, it did not, your server did not show up. Okay, yeah, so I'm not really sure what the problem is, I guess, because I just assigned you, what do you call it, like roles where you can like do stuff what it said you needed to do, I guess. But yeah, yeah, just let me know what you think. I'm gonna finish with the build, I think, and if you're not sure, I'll just like look into it after I'm done with the build. Okay, so really I think the next step would be to, oh yeah, duh, I gotta do the last audit. Yeah, I found 2 medium things, so that's good. So it probably wasn't that necessary, but why not just see? And I haven't hit the context yet, or the context compaction yet, so I'm good with that. All right, and now we'll be doing the localhost test of the Candle Quest and give it my best to see the rest of the app. So once the audit's done, it'll be right after that. Word, I will check out the admin thing. Yeah, Gemini was just like, do not give anybody admin. But I mean, like, I don't have any kind of like banking information on there or information or anything like that. So I don't know what the problem would be. So yeah, I'll definitely look into that. I just want to super excited to try out the app. So awesome. Let's see. Hopefully it works on the first try. Yesterday, if it weren't for that Supabase, the database, extra thing I had to learn. It would have worked right away, but all the errors I had were in regards to that Supabase. Here we go, local 3002. I'll switch to browser and hopefully it works. Yeah, money. Indecision. Okay, yeah, it's even brushing up my skills. Inverted hammer. Yep, I'm way better at buying emoji or buying the candlesticks that are for buying than for selling. That showed me right here, like I need to brush up on the when is the best time to sell. Like my strengths are definitely way more annoying when to buy than when to sell. So as I know today, because yeah, I sold that early, but I left in maybe like 20% of my position. I left in this Solana trade, and yeah, I was looking at it like an hour ago, and it went up to the next range, but it got knocked right back down. So yeah, still could have had more profits, but still, like, I mean, 24 hours and I'm up like 55%. That Bitcoin trade that I had like 97x leverage. Um, it was only a $10 trade. I just like do like these like small trades with like 100x leverage just for fun. But yeah, I did like 500% on that before I closed it, so that was like a $50 gain just on that Bitcoin trade alone. Based on the prior trend and this candle pattern, what is the most likely move up? Um, Most likely next move. Um, yeah, yeah. See, I got the buy and stuff down, but the selling. Okay, so the price started here, went up, and then came back down to here. Good spot to sell. Yep. This one's indecision. Price started here, went up here, and could basically did all that, and then ended up right where it started. That's indecision. Price could go either way. Yep. It's like the same one from the beginning. So it's showing me the same question. I need to tell it that's something I just noticed. Show me the same question twice. Even this one is just like same thing, just a smaller candle. Weird. Okay, next level. 2 to 3 candle sets. Yup. Oh, that's going down. Yep, that's a sell. Leave. That is indecision. Oh, yeah. See, I need even me. I'm even getting value off of this. Like I'm good with the buy signal stuff, but yeah, I got to focus more on when to sell. I got the buy, when to buy down, but I could definitely getting higher profits if I did some more work on understanding better times to sell. Okay, this one likely move up. Yep. This one I think is an indecision. Nope, sell. Yeah. Um, that one tweezer bottom. Oh yeah, okay. It just looked like it wasn't like level. Yeah, that's usually a strong reversal buy signal. That's the signal I basically had. Is just had longer wicks that I got in yesterday at such a good spot. Um, yep, good spot to buy. This one is probably sell. Yep, dark cloud cover. Oh man, I needed one more to pass. Okay. All right, so this one was buy. Bearish engulfing. This one I think is indecision. Oh, that was sell. This one's sell. Tweezer top. Bullish engulfing. I think this is a buy. Yep. Piercing line. Oh, because it closed above the midpoint. Okay. This one, tweezer bottom. Good spot to sell, I believe. Yep. Dark cloud cover. So yeah, the main problem I'm seeing so far is that it's repeating some of the questions. This one, and I don't think for level 2 it's had any price could go either way. Yep. I'm gonna tell Claude Code that right now. Going into Claude Code, doing some vibe coding real quick. Yeah, I just think I'll stop to check out the comments. Someone's saying that I'm not going to make $1 million vibe coding fintech apps. Find an idea for an app that actually solves a problem. Vibe coders are all building the same slop. Try to stand out. Okay, well, yeah, I mean, your only job knows if the $1 million will be made with fintech apps. But essentially, even if I don't make any money with these fintech apps, I feel like for my skill set, these are very good apps to be doing for the first phase. So like just for a learning process, either way. Um, so like even if I don't make $1 from these fintech apps, or like however I decide to to kind of structure what I've been making, um, this is like how I'm getting to the next step. These are the apps that are gonna make it to the next step. And essentially, like someone like you, it sounds like you've been in the game a lot longer than me. You understand vibe coding better, and I appreciate your opinion. But like essentially, nobody knows it is possible. And it sounds like you're seeing that like a lot of people are doing very similar apps with like finance. These apps definitely do all solve problems. That was the first step in every part of this. Every one of these apps I created, the very first step was to do the market research and find the major problems and pain points that people have in regards to certain, whatever it was, in this case, candlestick charts. And then this app is addressing those major pain points and problems. So I'm definitely focusing on solving problems and providing as much value as possible. And I'm not focused on making money with these apps. I'm only focused right now on providing as much value as possible. So I know anything's possible. I mean, finance is a big world. There's a lot of people that pay a lot of money for financial tools, and I mean it's totally possible. Um, if I believed it wasn't possible, then I wouldn't do it. But I believe it is, and I believe that, like I said, even if this doesn't work, it would get me to the next step. So yeah, if you can it would be very helpful, I feel like, if you could tell me in what ways do you see that, like that this app or like anything else I built is like AI slop? Cause I'm a beginner, and I'm always trying to find ways to make things better and evolve and improve. So if you could tell me specifically something that you see that looks like AI slop with these apps, then I would appreciate it. It would help me to improve. So what was I doing? Oh yeah, I was gonna talk to Claude Code about fixing vibing some things. So I just played level 1 and level 2. I noticed that a few of the same questions repeated themselves, and I also noticed that for level 2, none of the correct answers were indecision, that the price could go either way. So essentially, I want you to make it so that there's more variance, so that there's more questions, so it's way less likely for any questions to repeat themselves. And for level 2, if you can't include any kind of um two set candlestick patterns that represent indecision, then just take the indecision answer out of the multiple choice, so that it's only like buy or sell signal are the only options. Yep. It's mad sussing. Uh yeah. Yeah, I've had a ton of people tell me that like business ideas would never work out, and then they did in the past. So I know not to listen to that. I know that that is possible. And either way, that's business, that's life. If one thing doesn't work out, then you can just repivot and learn from that and move on to the next. Going into some abundance, I think it's a good time for some abundance mindset teachings. The subconscious mind is the seat of all power. Brain power is the main power. Your subconscious accepts whatever the conscious mind impresses upon it and works tirelessly to bring it into physical reality without judging whether it's good or bad for you. Your subconscious doesn't judge, only your conscious judges. The law of belief. It's not what you consciously wish for, but what you truly believe in your subconscious that manifests. If you say, I want wealth, but deep down you believe I don't deserve it, the deeper belief wins. So, sleep programming, the drowsy state just before sleep, the hypnagogic state is when subconscious is most receptive. Repeating affirmations or visualizing as you fall asleep as the most effective reprogramming technique. So that's like mental vibe coding. And that's why what I usually do is like when I'm done working, like I'll like work on something all day, and at the end of the day when I'm falling asleep, I just start like, visualizing like how I think it's gonna play out, like what I want to see, like where I want the next step to be, like what I want. And usually that visualization leads to a lot of good answers for the next step, having good dreams about like, things that I might see in the future, because I know that that technique has a lot of power with dreams. And so many times I've had dreams about things that were maybe not very clear, but my dreams ended up happening. And I know many people have that same ability. It's all about just being more conscious, being more receptive, being more aware of your mind, and just having the abundance mindset. Um, Simple repeated affirmations like wealth is flowing to me now. Wealth is flowing to me now. Gradually override old limiting beliefs. Consistency matters more than intensity. All right, so just vibe coded in some changes. Now I'm gonna go back to the browser and check it out. Still repeating the same question. But at least there's only one, and they were like asking more varied. Like I definitely saw the changes they made. They were like switching up the language. Like I like how it made the changes, but it's still like one question that repeated. Um, so looking at the comments, the app is doing pretty good. I'm just testing it out right now. Essentially, the main problem I found right away, I just had to like vibe code to fix it, is that it was like showing me the same question twice, and And then now with level 2, there was like another option for like indecision if the candle showed indecision, and there were no answers that applied to. So I told it like if you can't have any two candle patterns that show indecision, then just remove that. So should cruise through round 2 and then go to round 3 and 4, and then I will get the oh, that's right, I did not put in the API yet, so I need to do that first. So let's see. env local file. Awesome. It's already created. I just got to put in a key. So I'm going to do that real quick, especially now since I got it on the browser. There we go. Copy API key. Save. I just put in the API key. So go ahead and make sure it's working and do whatever you can do, I guess, to let me know that that you're getting the data from the API. Yeah. Yeah, just seeing the comments. Talking about doing some clips. Not really sure what you mean by clips. Oh, I see. So essentially, used up all the free tier daily quota. Once it resets at midnight, which is like 15 minutes, I think it'd be way easier to wait 15 minutes for than to get a new API code and then change it. So yeah. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is send it to Vercel while I'm waiting. Add a new project. Candle Quest. Gotta get the API and the environment variables. Deploy. Go back to the game while it's deploying, I guess. All right, Vercel is good. I'm gonna put in analytics, free tier analytics, and then copy the code into Gemini so I get a prompt. Claude. I just moved the project to Vercel and set up analytics. They gave me a code that I'm going to paste here. I want you to take that and make a prompt that I can give to Claude to make sure that the analytics are working right. All right. Back to the game. Ten out of 10 out of 10 out of 10. Here we go. New level unlocked. Bears, definitely. The Bulls and the Bears. The Bulls and the Bears. Ten out of 10 out of 10 out of 10. Last level unlocked. Now we got volume in the mix too. Thought that was like a trick question, but I guess not. See what's going on here. The volume is not, they're not using any situations where the volume would matter. Okay. Yep, could not load coaching. Okay. So I see what I need to do. All right. Still working on that one thing. I got to make sure it's done. Awesome. I just played level 4 for the first time, and I realized that the volume really doesn't change anything. Like, essentially, it's just like the same answers as like the level 3 where there was no volume. So, I'm not really sure, like, are you just not finding situations where, the volume can be implemented into the candlestick pattern that would make it, make it like, different scenario than like what just the candlestick pattern would be. But whatever it is, let me know what you think, because there's really no difference between level 3 and level 4, because the volume doesn't change any of the way the game works, essentially, it seems to me. It's cooking again. Germinating. Brewing. Current volume is decorative. Yes, okay, it gets it. So basically, the volume would change it from being like a buy or sell signal to being cautious if there's no volume. And that's what I want people to understand. So add volume specific answer options that includes like a wait option back for level 4 only. Update question templates to ask about volume confirmation. I see what needs to change. They're updating the to-dos. Awesome. Back to the comments. Someone's saying they need an app that can execute trade on a price level. I trade in XNES where I can't do that. Sometimes you miss. So I'm guessing you're talking about like a level of like support or resistance. And if that's what you mean, then like, yeah, if there was like something that, especially with right now looking at Bitcoin, like what it's been doing, Bitcoin's just been bouncing around, making like for the past month, just staying in kind of the same range, like making kind of like 5 to 10% moves almost every day in the range it's been making, and it's been like really good for trading. Been doing pretty well with crypto trading in the past like month since I've been in this range. And if there was, like you're saying, a way that when it automatically hit the bottom of the range, it could just like automatically buy you in and then automatically put in a stop loss like right below that range, that would be money. Essentially, to do that, I think I would need to have an app that was integrated with like an exchange. And from what I'm looking at, like it sounds like that's possible. Um, Depending on how I do it, like if I don't do it right the right way, I would have to get like a license to be like a broker and do some tests and like pay some fees. But if I do it the right way, I think it's supposed to be free. And it sounds like it's way easier to do it with crypto than do it with stocks. But yeah, just more I gotta learn. And yeah, I think really that's like the future of where this like central hub would be going, is not just teaching people to get better, not just like sending people through a funnel that would take them from beginner to expert and build their own trading bots, but actually be able to like buy and sell on the app. So hey, what's up to the how does good to see you in the comments. I don't think I've seen you before. Welcome to the channel. Building great things over here. Phase 1, 30 apps in 30 days. I'm an entrepreneur, new to vibe coding, beginner vibe coder, learning quick, being consistent with the learning. I'm on day, I think, like 24. So this is like the 24th app that I made. Really coming into this like each day with like very little idea, if any idea at all, what I'm gonna build, and just like doing some market research, the way I would set up a business, and essentially finding problems in the market. I'm doing this board behind me, so like you can see like I got the building a system for building everything, building like the app system, like finding the problem, then finding the solution, then making sure I got the vision of what I want to build after all the research, then coming up with a name, This one is Candle Quest. And this one, like, I just started building this the beginning of this session. So I don't know, it's been maybe like 4 hours now that I've been building this, and it's pretty much built. I'm just like vibe coding some fixes on stuff, going through it, making sure it works right. My API key is on the free tier for the LLM for this, so I gotta wait like 5 more minutes for it to be refreshed to use um, the coaching part of this. It looks like it just fixed the fix that I just had it make, or just had it do. So basically, I got like the build process that I've been creating a system over time. The main thing is like I'm doing all this like with like business knowledge. Like I'm way more knowledgeable in business than I am in vibe coding, but I mean, only a month in with the vibe coding. Still got a long way to go, but I'm also making a lot of progress. So I'm definitely like proud of myself where I am so far, and I've just been consistent and stuck with it. So yeah, with a business, you want to essentially create systems in every area of your business. So most like experienced entrepreneurs, what they do is when they start a business, they're starting it by themselves, but they create a system for like each area of the business, whether it's like marketing, the programming, um, sales, whatever it's going to be. First thing they do is they do it by themselves and they create a system, because then that way when they go to hire someone, or in this case even possibly programming an AI employee, I have a system that I want it to follow. And that's really important for when you go to scale up a business, is that you have systems. Systems are set. You give it to the right people. They follow your system, and you don't want them to create their own system. But yeah, there's a lot to it. Essentially, the journey is going to be me going to the 1 million, and just starting with these 30 apps in 30 days. First phase. Beginning, it felt like a maze, like I didn't know where I was going, but now it's like really, really every day more and more flowing. So I'm just showing what's possible out here, and hope the best for everybody. Letting everybody know the abundance mindset that goes with the business, super important. If you believe, then you can achieve, just like Tupac said. So essentially, I'm going over different abundance teachings, going back to like, starting from the most recent all the way back to like the master yogis and meditators and monks and saints from ancient times that were the first ones to expand their minds, and how that knowledge is passed down today to the current generation. So, um, yes, it is an awesome time to have the skill set. I feel like, as far as like business goes, like this is the best like combination of skill sets to have right now. This vibe coding skill is going to be just major. I feel like just knowing, being an entrepreneur for so long and getting better, like developing the skill of like understanding trends, mostly in like technology. This is the biggest like trend opportunity I've seen in a long time. And I've already spent like a ton of time learning the LLM side of it and applying that to business. And I realized the LLM could only take me so far, and really programming out like custom business solutions is kind of like the next step. So another question, guy talking about the how many days have I been encoding this app. This one right here, like I said, I just started this one today. The features, it's like a game to help people learn candlesticks. I just did a fix, so I'm gonna try level 4 over again. So I'll show you like level 4. So essentially, each level of this, I can add more levels too. If this is just like an MVP, um, I'm not focusing on design. I'm just doing like it's called minimum viable product in like the business world. So essentially, what I'm doing is just making an MVP that like solves the problem, and then if people use it, I've got tracking up. So if people use it, then I will make it better and take the comments and the suggestions about the users and what they like, what they don't like, and make it better according to what the users want, and basically monetize whatever um whatever, excuse me, people end up using. So like this is the last level I have so far. Each level kind of like builds your skills up from the, like the first level was just reading one candlestick. You're looking at like, say the chart, say the price has been going down, and then you see this candlestick pattern, and then you see this volume, meaning like this is like kind of like each day, say each one of these candlesticks represents a daytime, a day in time. Each one of these things, a volume would also represent a day, and this volume represents like how much money has gone in and out of, you know, whether it's a stock, a crypto, or whatever. So you can see like, you know, it's kind of like around the same average range for volume. Then it kind of drops off and then it just spikes up. So when you see like a volume spike with this pattern, really likely it's going to move up. Same thing here. Good spot to buy. It's kind of giving away the answer though, because the problem before was it wasn't like integrating the volume incorrectly. It wasn't changing anything. And I'm like, you need to have like, you know, situations where the volume like changes like what the candlestick represents. So like, okay, but then in the multiple choice it says volume is weak, stay out and wait. Well, that just like kind of like gives away the how to solve the problem. So I need to make sure they word that differently. I got to make sure there's actually situations where the volume contradicts the candles, but they have that one volume spike, but it wasn't enough. So that can confuse people. A lot of times beginners see like one big spike in volume and they think that means like it's a buy signal or it's a reversal. But then sometimes the volume just dies down right afterwards. So that's good for people to understand. But yeah, I need to change the wording on that button for sure. Nope, volume doesn't confirm. Okay. Just checking it right here. Okay. So now I understand. Just going to give it this prompt and I'll get back to the comments real quick. Okay, so I like the changes that you made to level 4, except for one thing. The option in the multiple choice for the volume being weak to stay out and wait. When you label that choice of the volume is weak, so you should stay out and wait, it basically like gives away the answer. So that's what people need to like learn to figure out on their own, is that um that like looking at the volume, is it weak? And if so, then you know it's indecision, so they should wait. So essentially, like in the option to pick that answer, it shouldn't solve the problem for them. It should just be like, you know, is this a time to wait or a time of indecision? But it shouldn't say like, you know, the volume is weak or the volume doesn't match with the candles, because that, you know, gives away the answer basically. So make the change to whatever you think would be best, and I will check it out. All right. What AI tools have I enjoyed most or found most productive? Oh, definitely Claude Code. Um, Claude Code by far. Starting to use Codex. I really like the plan mode in Claude Code. Um, Using a new workflow. Trying to always keep upgrading my workflow. Um, yeah, Claude Code by far. I wanna try Gemini. Codex is good for auditing, but I want to try Gemini for UI. I just have not gotten to spending much time on UI yet, because it's not important for what I'm doing with the MVPs, minimum viable products. So Kai's saying check Discord. I'll check it out. See what's going on over there. Oh, awesome. Yeah, definitely see the difference already. Thanks a lot, man. Respect. That is cool. Oh, that's good idea. So like there's the chat and then there's the show your product. Okay. Yeah, that's a good idea. Um yeah. Yeah, respect, man. Thanks a lot. That's awesome. Always getting better. So I'll look more into that like admin thing, but for right now, yeah, it's just because like Gemini saying don't do it. Like I'm just gonna be careful with it, but like I don't see any problem. I just want to like look a little bit more into like what the bots are, but it sounds like it's cool. It sounds like I might even be able to like I kind of want to try even making some bots in here too. But yeah, respect everything you did so far. That's super awesome. Um, yeah, if there's more you want to do, that's awesome, man. Really appreciate it. Hopefully you get a lot of value off of the code for the Claude. Another commenter saying um they currently have a Google sub. Personally, they find Gemini a lot worse than GPT or Claude by a long distance. Yeah, and that's what I'm hearing too. And it depends on what you do. So like what I was saying is I understand Gemini is the best for UI and like just building like what I'm doing right now. Claude Code is the best for auditing. Codex is the best. And also want to try anti-gravity. I've got mixed reviews on it, but now that I understand this feature that comes with believe it, yeah, Gemini and anti-gravity. So essentially what you can do is it will like live test your sites. So like it will record like screenshots and like video recording while it goes through and clicks everything to find bugs. And everything else is basically just like going through the code from what I understand. So yeah, there's definitely some use cases for Gemini, and I definitely see some pros that have like multiple Windows setups, like they have Claude Code, Gemini, and Codex. So yeah, I'm sure when I get to the UI, I'm gonna look way more into using Gemini. But all right, all right. So I'm gonna try level 4 again and see the fixes that it made, and then I should be able to do the AI coaching. Already found the best option. Claude Code does all those things a lot better than the other options. The only issue is it takes a lot of usage to get the most out of Claude Code. See, that's what I'm trying to understand more because I have the max plan and I'm not using enough of the usage. So I'm trying to find out like, um, what can I do to use more of it? Because I definitely feel like I should at least like upgrade down to. I could have got the like I got the max and I could have got the lower max one and I still probably would have been all right. But I didn't know, and I just didn't want to have to. The $20 a month, I ran into the limit like when I was live streaming, and I didn't want that to happen again. So I just upgraded to the max. But I think yeah, if I can't find a way in the next like week before my next upgrade to use more, then I'd be fine just using the $100 plan. But yeah, so far so good. Totally feel either way. Like I totally feel like it's worth it. Um, for what I'm able to like the value I'm getting out of it. I think it's even worth even more than that actually. Like honestly, if they charged twice as much, I'd probably still pay it. So hopefully what I'm hearing is most people think the price of this stuff is going to go down over time. It's going to get better and the price is going to go down. That's kind of like the majority of the experts that I listen to are saying. Sequential thinking MCP server. Definitely want to know about that. Can you tell me about a sequential thinking MCP server? And maybe even how it could apply to what I'm doing? Whoa. Got one wrong. The abandoned baby. I forgot about this this candle sequence. It's very similar to the Morning Star, but it's different. Okay, I remember that one now. All right. Yeah, yes, it is definitely getting late. Glad I glad I'm almost done because I'm definitely tired. Did not get much sleep last night, but at the same time, I don't want to stop vibe coding. So, but I know sleep is important. So yeah, I'll probably I mean, I'm almost done with it. I'm gonna do the AI coaching. Could not load coaching. It said to wait till after midnight, so it should be working fine now. I'm gonna find out what's going on with that real quick. Yes, I'm definitely getting I'm already addicted to vibe coding, and it's only getting a stronger addiction. But it's a good addiction because I mean, it's making me smarter. It's making me happy to vibe code, and it's gonna be making me a lot of money. So provide a lot of value to a lot of people. So it's a very good addiction to have, I feel like. All right. So I think you were saying that I should wait until like another 15 minutes and then my API key free tier would refresh. So yeah, it's past midnight where I'm at, and it's been, I don't know, maybe about a half hour since I last talked to you about that, but I tried to do the coaching and it said it's still not working. So can you look into that API again and find out if it's just the same issue as before, that I still have to wait longer before the free tier refreshes? Yes, addicted to building things. It's a good addiction to have. Um, Building something better every day, and the more I build, the more my mind starts to realize what's possible to build, and sky's the limit, really. I'm just amazed every day, like how much better I'm getting at building and how much more potential I'm seeing. So looks like still the same issue. Could create a new API key in like a different account, but it's not a big deal. I think this is just an MVP. So if it doesn't work tomorrow, then I think I've got this same API key in like 2 other projects. So it could, and the one from yesterday. So it could have just been that I burned through it from using the journaling tool today. And yeah, if that's like burns through it that quick, the free tier, then I mean I'll just start implementing the I can go just change everything that has a LLM API key to like one of my paid GPT or Claude ones. I just didn't want to do anything paid while I'm doing the live streaming, but now I'm getting better at understanding how to not reveal the API keys, so I could even do it off stream, I guess, too. But anyways, let me see. Gotta try one more time. Yup. But yeah, everything is looking good. Um, definitely, definitely did it again. I made an awesome app, Candle Quest, provides a lot of value, helps people. App yesterday ran into some problems, but for the most part, learned a lot from those problems, and learned. Biggest thing today is like I think even if I, um, even if I build an awesome like Claude MD file, I still need to remind it to check the file. Like it's not going to automatically follow that stuff. And like they were talking about earlier, that brought up kind of like the skills MD files, and those sound like they're pretty much like overhyped and overrated. Um, so I shouldn't be relying on these like skill files like that, like I thought I was gonna do mainly for like building the business hub stuff out. But there's always a way. Like I always find a way if something doesn't work. There's like some other way to do it. Kind of what I'm doing with my workflow right now, and like originally I was like using Gemini LLM for the middleman, so I would like be done with a step and do in the terminal with Claude Code, and I would paste that into Gemini and be like, hey, tell me what this did, and make me a prompt, and it would make me a prompt, and then I would give it to Codex. But then I just figured like, why not just put something in the Claude MD file to where when I finish a step with Bumble Claude, that I can just automatically have it create a prompt for Codex, and then Codex will do the audit and automatically create a prompt for Claude, and then I can just do that loop like that, and it sped things up a ton. And definitely trying to have as much of a professional workflow as possible, and make sure I'm doing things right from the start. I heard about these hooks. You can give it reminders at specific times depending on a set of triggers. So that would be hooks combined with various skill files can solve almost all those types of issues. That is good to know. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'm going to take a note down right now. So hooks with skill files. Yeah, making progress. Keep on building. Think I'm about to call it for tonight. Get some sleep. Come back tomorrow feeling right, and get back to the grind and do one more time, and find something to evolve my mind and make a lot of value too. So you know what I do is combine the business and the vibe coding and the abundance mindset. Right now I'm making finance apps, but who knows what comes next after that. So many ideas that I want, so many things I want to make. Just a matter of time before I get it out there. So yeah, that's it for today. Hope you got a lot of value off of what I had to say, coming through with every day almost information, doing the most, make a toast to health and strength, and giving thanks every day. So that's about all I got to say. I'm out. Have a good night.